Nah, this ain't Nate. This ain't Nate. What's up, fellas? Good to see everybody. Little bit short notice, but I have not done this in a minute. Holy crap! All right, we're gonna tweet this out. Great. All right. Yeah, the keyboard. I will, I'll see, what I can do for, in terms of maybe, I could maybe change out my headset. I could go to this one, but I don't know how loud it will read on the broadcast. See, I don't mind this headset, and in fact, I might actually prefer it for something like this, where I'm going to be turning back and forth, so the Yeti that I have in front of me here might not actually pick up as much as I want it to. That's a good point. Hold up. We're going to switch this out. I'm so prepared for what I do. So, I'm going to do that. I'm going to bring up this. So, I'm going to have to do that for just a moment. We have actually that already set up the way I want it to be. I'm going to get to all chat here in a second. I see y'all going off. I need to figure this out, though. So, undo that. Plug in 1, plug in 2, and now if we do that, I'm just going to test on if I can hear anything, and I'm going to ping myself on IEMbot. And the answer is yes, I can. All right, so that's good. Watching from Qatar, good to see you. Yeah, this is a weird event. I'm gonna go into this here in a minute. I just need to actually make sure I can get this working correctly. So if we go into properties here, switch to that. There we go. I should actually, if y'all need me to up the volume a little bit, because I've heard that's been a complaint with this particular headset, do tell me. I'm gonna bump it just a little bit. And if you need me a little bit more to bump it, then I can make sure that gets done. But welcome one, welcome all. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. My name is Morgan J. Fold, and up the volume a little bit. Yeah, I tried. Increase it. How about that? That's going up to yellow. I don't really want to get. I don't really want to go into red. Because if I go into red, I'm going to peak my mic when I actually end up talking a little bit louder. Because we haven't gotten to that point yet. But good, that's better, that's perfect. Okay, I see a lot of people saying that's good. So if it's still a little bit quiet, turn up your volume. So today we have a level 2 risk. We've got a large slight risk across the entirety of the of the Southern Mississippi Valley, essentially. And I'm going to get into this now. So actually, now I'll talk about this first, and then I'll look at chat. So we have a very large. I did not prepare my epic pen for this. Ha ha ha. We have a very large level 2 risk, as outlined by the yellow here, and a very large level 1 risk to go with it, outlined by the dark green here. So let's pause this, go to the front. So you can see that we currently, as of this moment, we've got a tornado watch as outlined by the black box here that I'm going to roughly circle. the black box, the red box here that I'm roughly circling there. We have a risk for a few tornadoes possible within that area. That is for half of the 5% risk of tornadoes that we have today, which is also a level 2 risk subsequent with the slight risk. Now, we've got an upper level trough progressing out of the southern plains, and with it, we've got a lot of low level shear coming up along the trough, and the trough is kind of parallel to the front itself here. So the front is what's lining this risk there. And in fact, once we switch over, I'll go into pivotal weather and I'll explain it a little bit better. But currently, what we've got today is a level 2 risk across the board, 5% chance for a tornado within a 25-mile radius. So this includes areas like Cookeville, Tennessee, Chattanooga, all the way to Monroe, Louisiana, and just to the south and east of Little Rock, Arkansas, even extending all the way down to nearly Jackson, Mississippi, and Birmingham, Alabama. 2% risk extends all the way up from Evansville, just south of Evansville, Indiana, down to the Gulf Coast. This would include Gulfport, Pensacola, and to the west of Tallahassee, just to the north of New Orleans, all the way west to Shreveport, all the way north and west to Little Rock. Jonesboro, you're nearly included in it in Arkansas, and the way east you go, you get to Atlanta and you get to Knoxville, Tennessee. So very expansive risk. You can see there's a lot of ground covered by just these green and brown shaded areas right here. A lot of ground to cover, a lot of ground that we're going to need to keep an eye on today. 15% chance of hail primarily for the initial development that's occurring farther back west with the risk. This includes areas to the south of Little Rock, Monroe, Greenville, Oxford, Tupelo, Jackson, Tennessee, and almost into Nashville. That level 2 risk for hail is going to be evident with the earlier storm mode that we have, a little bit more isolated in nature, and it's going to provide for a lot more discrete activity really in the area. Wind risk, the entire area. Wind risk is the entire area. Wind is going to be attributed with more of a line segment type mode later on, so we're going to have to wait to get into the afternoon and evening hours to see probably a lot more lines, linear segments develop in and around this area of the risk. If forcing can prevail a little bit more here, we're going to see that we're going to get to have a lot more of the scattered storms developing. Those storms are going to be capable of producing damaging winds primarily, but the farther east you go and the farther north you get, where kinematics get a little bit better, you're going to be looking for some possible tornado development as well. So this includes Alexandria. This includes areas to the west of Knoxville, Tennessee. This includes areas like Bowling Green. There's a vast area that's covered by this, and specifically we're going to need to be watching out as we get into the evening, I think. Later evening as storms start to cluster together, the earlier storms that were discrete producing large hail and tornadoes, as those cluster together and kind of die out on their tornado threat, we're going to need to be watching out for the damaging wind threat to take over. I need to turn up the volume. How much? I turned it up almost all the way. I don't know how much more I can go without ruining y'all's ears. I can push it a little bit. There's only so much I can do with it. I can actually also turn it up a little bit more on my soundboard, as opposed to just turning it up in, that's the output. Crap. Turn it up a little bit more on the soundboard as opposed to just in the, whatever it is, in Streamlabs. Okay, so now that people say that's good, and now that I've adjusted the mic volume to basically the point in which I can't go any louder without peaking my mic, we're going to drop back here. So, like I said, Tornado Watch 714, I believe, is the number that has been posted by the SPC, and the answer is that it is whenever my website will load, 714 has been issued. This will be in effect until the evening hours, 7 p.m. Central Standard Time, for a few tornadoes likely. Got to be careful with the wording there. A few tornadoes likely, scattered damage
damaging winds to 70 miles an hour possible, and isolated large hail events to 1 inch in diameter possible. Covering the northern portion of the risk, so your thermodynamic heated environment is a little bit less, so that hail risk is going to be a little bit less so, even though we do have the risk for that area. I would be watching down towards the southern portions of the risk for where your large hail is possibly going to develop. Even towards areas like Jackson, Mississippi, I would watch out for some possible large hail up to, I would say, $half size maybe. So, grand scheme of things, other than this severe weather event, we've got a large upper level cyclone moving through the United States. Attendant cold front is forcing this event down here in the southern states, but a lot of snow and a lot of rainy activity in the Great Lakes region and as far to the west as the northern high plains. A lot of rain activity into the eastern or more eastern portions of Canada as well, the central portions of Canada. I need to work on my provinces. I don't quite know that just yet. Did I see the PDS tornado earlier? Okay, so I'm going to call my bluff here. I was asleep when it happened. So there's that. I did, it was actually from one of my roommates that was talking about it with Nate on the phone that I heard it and I was like, Okay, so for one, I was actually supposed to chase this event. I was supposed to go out at roughly 3 a.m. I was supposed to leave, and I was supposed to be in Tennessee today. We looked at models last night, myself and my roommates, the group of guys that I would be chasing with. We looked at models last night and said, we'll wait for spring. We'll have better events. Yeah, well, good job, Morgan. So, calling my bluff there. That's on me. So, let's tend to chat. I have a lot to scroll up through. Good to see everyone here. Farmer Matt, thank you for the 30 months. Do appreciate it. Good to see you here. Colton with the 29 months. Good to see you. Thank you very much. It is a wild Morgan. That's correct. We've got a lot to go through in terms of radar analysis today, so I'm gonna really just get into it here as quickly as I can. It's just me today, at least for the early on portions of it. Maybe Nate will join us later on, but he has a hockey game to coach today. So for this afternoon, I will be here, and we are going to tend to whatever madness happens today. There could be a ton. Hopefully not. Hi Haley, hi Hannah, hi Caleb. Yeah, good to see mods here. Because Lord knows I can't multitask. Yeah, I'm glad to see everyone here. So I'm going to. This is my one moment of just hopeless sellout, and I won't do it. I won't do it ever again this stream unless we determine a point where it's necessary. Please go ahead and share this information with as many people as possible. As many people that you know that might be in the risk, that might need to be weather aware today. If you know anybody that has plans in the risk area, might want to be might want to be telling them to tune in on the off chance that we get some severe weather later on today. How's college, Morgan? Finals are around the corner, so I'm not having a great time, but it's all right. And really, finding the bend, there's a reason, among other things, there's a reason I haven't been so active really anywhere. I'm trying to find a balance. Among other things, we just haven't had weather, period. But currently, the biggest difficulty for me has been finding a balance. So, stuff of the potential becoming nor'easter tomorrow, given the wind and flood watches, especially New York City. Yes, most certainly. And so, that being said, we are going to switch over to this, and it's going to look weird for a second, and I'm going to switch over here, and we're going to get into this. Got a lot to cover today. Got a lot to figure out in terms of the large-scale environment and what's exactly going on. So let me actually pull up a satellite view really quickly. I'm going to have to monitor to the right of me to see what people can actually see on the screen and such. So this should be all right. And I'm going to just zoom in just a little bit. Yeah, that's more than fine. The fact that daylight's already creeping back away is terrifying. Winter's great. All right, so here's your upper level low. This is progressing over through the Great Lakes region. This is going to be continuing its occlusion process. This will be heading off towards the north and east into Canada, and with it, with the surge of Gulf moisture that we have this afternoon, we've got actually the possibility for the nor'easter, as was mentioned, eventually making its way into the New York City area up here. So the area of the Northeast really has got to be watching out tomorrow for the potential for some strong winds, lots of heavy rain, and if you're far enough north and west, you'll actually be looking at some heavy amounts of snowfall as well. But what do we got right now? So here's your low pressure. Here's your attendant cold front. You can see outlined by the wind direction and by where the clouds abruptly cut off because you have a lack of moisture and the temperature goes down, relative humidity goes down, your cloud formation is no more. So you can see a lot of clearing currently underway in the southern portions of the risk, particularly in Louisiana, southeastern Arkansas, and across Mississippi, Alabama, western Alabama specifically. You got a lot of clearing going on today, so we're going to need to be monitoring that possibly for later this afternoon, in the direction of what do we get in terms of storm activity. One thing to also note as well, you're going to notice that the winds are really pumping a lot more up in the Ohio Valley than they are down here per se. Well, that is due to one thing and one thing only, and that's low-level shear, kicking these clouds all the way up and away from the system already. So storm motion, the northern portions of the risk is going to be a little bit more because your direct forcing is attributed with the strong wind shear that's currently taking place. So I'm talking about areas like Tennessee, Kentucky, and this very northeastern corner of Arkansas, where we've been seeing the tornadic activity already this morning and afternoon. That's what we're going to be looking out for in terms of any possible shear enhancements. That's where I think your best tornado risk is confined, but I'll go into that a little bit later on. One thing to also notice is that your thermodynamic environment, what I mean by thermodynamics is CAPE energy, heat energy, in the northern portion of the risk isn't going to be as good. You can see a lot of clouds taking shape over the area, and particularly the farther north you get, the more cloudy it gets because the closer you are to the formation of another low pressure that's going to be swinging its way into the New York City area tomorrow. Excuse me. So the southern portions of the risk is where your better thermodynamic environment is going to be taking place due to the fact that you have a little bit less cloud cover, more heat energy can take over the area. You also got better moisture lifting into the area because you're in direct proximity of the Gulf. But because the temperature is a little bit less so up here in the northern portion of the risk, your temperature dew spreads are going to be a little bit lower than what they would be down here. So that's going to lead to a bit more of a tornado threat. The farther north you get, makes it a little bit easier for stuff to condense down to the ground. Your mixing ratio is less so in that area. Your mixing layer is going to be a little bit more down here where you've got a little bit in the peaks of sunshine. So your large hail threat and your damaging wind threat is going to be prevalent with any supercells that form there. May have a little bit of an elevated nature to them. Okay. Man, I haven't talked like this in a minute. I have to be honest. A little bit odd. Evelyn Rose, thank you for joining not joining. I forget Nate's system of. Hang on, let's see if I actually remember this. I think he just went up a rank. I think. Oh well. Evelyn Rose, welcome to Tornado Tracker. I'll ask Nate what that means, but that is definitely a means of supporting the channel, and for that I do thank you very much. We thank you very much. It's one of the better means to support the channel, one of the more consistent means to do so as well, and for that we are very grateful. Alrighty. Weather is fun, as the wise man once said, and that is a rotating storm near Cumberland City heading up towards Clarksville. We've got the storm back by Humboldt that was rotating, also had a tornado warning at one point, but that has since been alleviated. This was the old storm that had the PDS Tor warning. And from the looks of it, it's not the best structured. Okay, so let's just go around here. So we've got 3 severe thunderstorm warnings for the areas south of Hopkinsville, Clarksville, Tennessee, Cumberland City. These will be in effect until roughly the top of the hour. So if you guys are in these areas, you need to be watching out for some strong damaging winds. Not so much a large hail threat. It's very low. It's fairly low topped as far as these storms go. You can see echo tops only getting into roughly the upper 30s thousand feet range. A little bit of rotation picking up at the surface. So what we're looking at in velocities is really the direction in which the winds are going and the speed at which they are going. So you can see the radar that we are looking at is up here, KHPX. So the green's moving towards the radar and the grays or light reds moving away. In the middle is where your rotation is going to be, just to the east of Dover. So we're going to need to be watching that, as that storm has had a history of producing tornadic activity as it pushes off towards the north and east. It'll be heading actually towards the Clarksville area here very shortly. We're going to need to watch out for that very closely. Back towards Humboldt, we had a rotating storm, and that storm has become a little bit more of a hail producer. And like I was saying, with your a little bit higher of a thermodynamic environment, although this is not the area that I would have really expected that, but with your higher thermodynamic environment, you're going to be watching out for the updrafts being able to produce large hail amongst other things. And specifically, as the tornado, nice one, Morgan. As the storm continues its way, up US 79, we're going to be watching for the potential for it to become a tornado producer. The supercell structure is already present. You can see in the updraft product that we have here on radar on ZDR, you can see that there is an updraft present that we can outline here. And then if we go back and outline the radar, or the reflectivity, you can see that your updraft is going to be roughly present here with the shape of the storm relative to where the rising motion is detected. So relative to that, we're going to be watching out as if the structures can maintain as they get into the better sheared environment. We're going to be watching out for the possibility of them producing tornadoes later on, very, very early in the event. So it's very hard to rule anything out at this point in time, and we're going to be watching out. We're going to be watching out for all hazards later on today. It's like Clarksville cell tilt too. I want to tend to that. Yeah, that storm's got some pretty good rotation. I would watch out for a possible tornado warning that they issue here down the road. Storm does need to be a little bit better structured, though, and or surge its rear flank downdraft behind it. As the storm does surge its rear flank downdraft, the relative increase in storm relative vorticity will help the storm produce, or at least try to help the storm produce, a tornado if it so chooses to surge its RFD down the road. New frame suggests that it might be trying to, although it's a little bit inconclusive because you can see the RFD actually curling back into this portion of the storm that's near Dover. So we're going to need to be monitoring that down the road, see how that changes in the grand scheme of things. All right, this storm has just lost all of its structure back here towards what was Stuttgart initially. We had a supercell. I'm going to say had because we had a supercell that you could see had rotation, and we had the reds moving away and the greens and grays moving towards. But since then, you can see it has just fully deflated. It got close to producing at one point, and since then, it has fully deflated. Now approaching the Mississippi border, along the Mississippi River, just to the east of Marvel. So we're going to need to be watching that. And really any storm that fires in this environment that will be capable of producing tornadoes. There's a possibility as we get later on in the day that the tornado potential does uptick a little bit as low-level shear increases and the storm the large-scale storm environment gets a little bit better. I want to actually take a moment and see what we've got from a forecast perspective. So we're going to tune into the wrap here, and we're going to see what exactly it likes for the rest of the day. Rapid refresh model is the model that we would use in moments like this when we're trying to analyze environments as they're happening, because it takes the current storm environment into account instead of, for example, other convective allowing models just take the storm relative environment that's currently present, and it just shifts it right back to what the model wants it to do. So this is a little bit more accurate in terms of what we could be seeing. We can see, I'm going to actually, that's just so muscle memory for me. I'm going to tune into 850 millibar shear first. So we're going to see how strong the low level shear is supposed to get this afternoon. You can see it upticks quite a little bit, particularly as you approach Middle Tennessee area. The northern Mississippi, Alabama areas, like I've said, are going to be an area to watch this afternoon really throughout. I do think that any discrete development that you could have up there is going to be something to watch for possible tornado production later on in the afternoon.
Tornado warning for northwestern Montgomery County in Middle Tennessee, east central Stewart County in Middle Tennessee. Tornado warning for southeastern Lee County in eastern Arkansas, northeastern Phillips County in eastern Arkansas, southwestern DeSoto County in northwestern Mississippi, Tunica County in northwestern Mississippi, northwestern Tate County in northwestern Mississippi.
There we go. Good job, audio. Alrighty. Much better. So now with that being said, going back to this, and there's your tornado reported. That area in Tennessee that I was talking about, that did have the tornado debris signature on the ground, and it is still going right for Oakwood. So if you guys are south of United States Route 79 in Oakwood, you guys need to be in your safe spaces, lowest and innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, underground. Ideally underground. That will help you the most and possibly will keep you the safest when in a tornado situation. Clear. Yeah, I was deep in the yeah. um, the Indian Mound Oakwood area specifically is where this is in the immediate proximity of. That's a clear correlation coefficient signature, which would indicate tornadic debris moving through the area. And is it in Henderson, Kentucky? The event is currently not in Kentucky. But I will map that just on the off chance. Need to have this open. I am really prepared for what I do, folks. Henderson, Kentucky, up towards Evansville. You guys should be mostly safe from this event as a whole. I wouldn't be too concerned if I was you. A lot of the stronger storm activity is going to stick to your south, towards the southern portions of the state. Bowling Green areas that I would watch, possibly Oak Grove, Hopkinsville as well, Franklin along US 65. Hand in hand would watch out in Nashville as well later on today. It's a new tornado warning. So we're starting to get a little bit more of a widespread activity
tornado
here.
Warning for southeastern Gibson County in West Tennessee, Carroll County in West Tennessee.
They warned this again. I don't quite understand that. Thanks for the tornado warning. National Weather Service tornado bot. And actually, that's another good point. If you have notifications on Twitter, you could actually go to the National Weather Service tornado Twitter account, and what you could actually do is you could turn on notifications for that. And it might be a little bit repetitive, but you will get tornado warnings for every situation, and that way you will know if you don't follow up with weather so much. That way you will know exactly what you're dealing with at every point in time. And I don't quite see the tornadic rotation with this, but this is a tornado warning for Huntington, Tennessee, as well as Milan and Clarksburg, west of Camden, in Carroll County specifically, is where you're going to need to be watching out. So if you guys are in these areas, you need to be taking to your tornado safe spaces, underground, or lowest innermost part of your building. Whole ton of a big updraft with this storm, but also a lot of hail contamination. You can see in the grays and stuff that this storm is currently dealing with a lot of contamination from the very large hail that is being produced in Milan and Atwood. So that's another concern to be having if you're in the Huntington area. Regardless of whether or not there's a tornado, I would get into your safe spaces due to the large hail that's falling. Could break windows, could break, depending on the structural integrity of roofs, could break through those as well. Just a lot of things to consider on that front, and I would rather be safe than sorry. So make sure that you are tending to that and getting into your safe spaces. If you're in Atwood, Milan, Medina, Huntington, Clarksburg along US Route 70, US Route 70A, US 79 as well. It's currently trekking over that area as well. So do be watching out for that. Buena Vista down the road, you guys need to be watching out as well. The storm down here by Helena looks to be taking a little bit of a weirder structure. In fact, it almost looks like it's starting to split. And I can cross-reference that, maybe not, with ZDR that says that it looks like it's a fairly intact storm, but a very weak one at that as well, because you can see there's really no intense updraft column that you could see, maybe here, which is in direct proximity to the updraft, which would make sense, I suppose. But overall, this storm is currently having a little bit of a difficult time in the Helena, West Helena area up towards the north and east. It's going to be continuing to push, maybe getting into a better shared environment the further it goes. Louisville area, yeah. Louisville should be fairly safe from the majority of this event. In fact, I'll just go up here and I'll show you. So the Louisville area is up here. You guys are getting a lot of heavy rain as we speak. Louisville's right here. You're going to start to get a lot of weaker showers and thunderstorms moving into your area. So it's going to be a lot of heavy rain. But overall, I don't think there's anything too significant in the forecast for y'all as you get through the afternoon hours today. Maybe some strong damaging winds, but overall, nothing too much. So that tornado signature is still there, but it is weaker. And it looks like we may have a new rotation starting to form on the eastern edge of this storm, excuse me. So we're going to need to be watching out for what we call a meso handoff, which is the storm letting one tornado die out, and then when the RFD surges around, the meso comes out in front of it again, and we'll have to be watching out for the possibility of another tornado here shortly, just to the north of Clarksville between Oak Grove. St. Bethlehem, I would be watching out if you guys are in that area specifically. And then down the road, the storm does look like it's going to be turning towards the Guthrie areas along US Route 79. So watch out for that as well if you're in the southern Kentucky areas of Todd County, Logan County, these spots that are in the direct proximity of this storm. So there's an update on your tornado warning. Tornado warning does continue. It is a confirmed tornado by radar, damaging tornado. At 1:33, a confirmed tornado was located 9 miles southeast of Big Rock, 12 miles southwest of Fort Campbell, and it's moving east at 25 miles an hour. So do be watching out for that if you guys are in these areas. There's a lot that could happen with this storm here in the short term. We're going to need to be watching out for the storm recycling and possibly producing another tornado. But as it stands right now, weak tornado that is currently moving through Oakwood could well be off the ground by the time you reach this by the time you receive this transmission. But that is something to consider if you are in the Oak Grove, St. Bethlehem, Guthrie areas that we could need to be watching out for another cycling of this storm, another tornado being produced. Where's Nate? En route to coaching a hockey game. So he will not be here until later on today, through which point I will cover this as much as I can. I haven't done this in a while myself, so pretty rusty. Yawn. That Oakwood storm can cycle. We might get a strong tornado. It's possible. The upper levels of it actually got really good. All right, so we're going to need to be watching out for the possibility of a stronger tornado on the back end of this as the RFD surges around, because that upper level mesocyclone is very strong at this point. You can see radar's reading at 12,000 feet, 135, under 28. So that's roughly a 100 mile an hour delta, a little bit more than that as it pushes off towards the north and east. But it has the structure to do something here in the longer term that we might not like to see. Along US 79 specifically to the north of Clarksville, I would be watching out and I would be prepared for the worst case scenario in this instance, because better safe than sorry. Folks, another thing. If you do happen to see any images, specifically on Twitter, if you happen to see any images of tornadoes, please be sure to tweet at me at MJFold54. Link is in the description down below, so that way I may be able to show y'all, if I can without getting a copyright restriction, that what we have going on around the ground right now. Because as much as I can show you spilled paint on a screen, it is a little bit more helpful when I can show you what's actually going on as a result, whether that be damage, whether that be the actual tornado itself, whether that be a video, whatever it is. Do be sure to share that with me as you see it. Struggle bus, although it does look like it's about to split. So that what I was talking about earlier with the storm starting to split off, you can see there is a little bit bigger of a concentration here in the updraft to the southern portions of the storm than there is really to the northern portions of the storm up here. And in fact, you can even see down the middle of it, there's a little bit of a gap. So that would be where I would watch if this storm is going to split. And the immediate proximity of the storm, it actually was a merger and is now going to split. Yeah, that's awesome. So this is this looks to be a storm that's going to left split. And what I mean by that is the forward flank of the storm, or what was a part of the forward flank, is going to break off and head off on its own way. So that is a. Oh, that's really cool. I didn't know Geoearth did that. Or GR2. Geoearth. I didn't know that. Anyway, more you know. uh. Anyway, I'm such an easy man to please. The forward flank is breaking off, so hypothetically, what that'll mean is that'll make it a little bit easier for the actual tornadic part of the storm to gain structure and gain clarity because it can get a little bit more of an organized structure with the forward flank becoming a little bit shedding weight per se, and because of that, you can possibly get a more defined structure on the southwestern southern sides of the storm, which would help tornado production. So we're going to need to be watching to see if that can occur. That will be a little bit later of a thing, though, so it won't be immediate. So I would say the tornado threat right now is currently fairly low with this storm heading towards Evansville, but regardless, you are in a tornado warning. You need to be taking your tornado precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, and I don't like that. Folks, this could be a pretty treacherous situation here north of Clarksville, near Oak Grove, St. Bethlehem, and towards Guthrie. Could be a very treacherous situation that we've got going on very shortly. You can see the rotation is starting to increase, at least in the greens, moving towards the radar, and the reds moving away. So your rotation is right here in the middle, just to the north and west of north and east, excuse me, of Oakwood. I'm not having a great time. And while it doesn't look very good right now, it is on a strengthening trend, and you can even see the reds are starting to slowly get a little bit stronger, and they're going to wrap themselves into the storm here in correlation with the rear flank downdraft curling around the storm right there. We're going to be watching out very shortly for the storm to start to take a very supercellular structure. That would include this portion of the storm starting to wrap around with the forward flank coming down like so. We're going to get a new velocity scan here shortly. Tornado is off the ground. The Oakwood tornado is officially off the ground, so that is good news to note. I do think that, yeah, there's your new velocity scan, and as you can see, getting stronger by the moment. And the reflectivity tilt 2, yeah, you can see it. Can't really see it the higher up you go because it gets a little bit more clouded in rain. But that is a strong signature, and not too high up from the ground either. This is only 8,000 feet, folks, so you need to be considering that. We're looking currently 700 feet, so I might actually go up a couple of tilts, which I won't get the most timely of radar scan updates, so I actually won't do that. But it's something to consider going forward that we're going to have to be very weather aware. If you guys are in the Guthrie areas, if you're in the Trenton, Oak Grove, St. Bethlehem areas, near I-24, United States Route 41A, United States Route 79, United States Route 41, near the Guthrie area, that intersection, you guys need to be watching out for some possible tornado activity a little bit later on. I'm not having a great day with my words. This looks like Little Rock. Let's compare that, actually. That was not what I wanted. This thing's giving me a hard time. Never mind. I'm not gonna. That's lightly rotating. What are you? Okay, that just popped up out of nowhere. And this is kind of what I was talking about today. We're going to have a lot of isolated storms developing along the cold front here. And as they push into the better sheared environment, better heated, better sheared environment, it's going to get very interesting later on today. We're very early on in the day today. And okay, it just occurred to me something here. So I'm going to do that. And something here is not right. On account of because I don't live in yeah, I don't live in Eastern time zone anymore. That's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northeastern Montgomery County in Middle Tennessee.
So okay, my apologies. That is now correct. That's a new tornado warning, and if I recall, yeah, it's Clarksville, and what? Oh, that's also contaminated. That's really good. um, yeah, like I said, Evansville, Savage, you guys need to be in your safe spaces. I really can't get a great perception on what the storm is going to do because we're looking right into the storm itself from the radar beam. So it's going to be a little bit contaminated, and you can see your left split currently occurring in the area.
Tornado
I need to
warning
switch back
for
my radar.
southeastern
I'm going to do
Christian
that.
County in south central Kentucky, southern Todd
And
County
there's a new
in
tornado
south
warning.
central Kentucky.
And we are starting to get that storm up here, and there's a new tornado, and that is a strong tornado, and that's your tornado confirmed. So, like I said, like I was saying, St. Bethlehem, Oak Grove, Guthrie, Trenton, you guys need to be watching out and getting into your safe spaces. Now, that is a strong tornado that is currently on the ground, a large spectrum with ball, which would indicate turbulence to the ground. You can see very clearly, as close as we are to the radar, it's very clear as day right there. And as this storm progresses, you can see it's starting to take that bit more of a supercellular structure. It's going to continue on this trend. As of right now, there's very little impeding it out in front. And the farther up you look, that's a strong tornado, ladies and gents. That is right above the ground. We've got 118 on top of 27. Folks, that is a 145 mile an hour delta velocity at 2,000 feet. That is a tornado on the ground. That is probably a strong tornado on the ground. And you need to be taking this very, very seriously in the next foreseeable future. So, along US Route 79, St. Bethlehem, Guthrie, Allensville, south of Trenton on US 41. You guys need to be taking to your safe spaces now, underground or lowest airmost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, folks. And please spread this information with as many people as possible, as many people that you may know that might need it. We've got a vast area to cover today, and as you can see here, the area isn't small. If you look up in the top right corner of your screen, it's not a small area. I would say New Orleans, all the way up to Cincinnati, all the way east to Tallahassee, all the way west to Little Rock. Very large area today. A lot to consider and a lot of areas that need to be monitored. That is still a tornado on the ground. That is a stronger tornado. That is a really large debris signature, and that is not something that you want to see, ladies and gents. That is as textbook as it gets. We're looking up about 600 feet right now. We're in immediate proximity of the radar site, and that's just not a sight that you want to see, ladies and gents. That is a clear as day tornado. Even updraft, even the updraft product on radar is not picking up anything there in the form of meteorological product. It's all debris. Tornado reported has been issued, has been updated rather for this area. So St. Bethlehem, Guthrie, you guys need to be watching out for this. A confirmed tornado was located near Clarksville and is moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. Public confirmed. So folks have seen this on the ground in Clarksville or in St. Bethlehem. You guys need to do what is necessary to protect your lives and get into a safe space. I wonder, actually, is this going to possibly... Nah, that's not occluding at all. That is rigid. That's even more concerning. And the fact that that is doing what it is right now without really a surge from the rear flank downdraft. Bit of a concern. I wonder. That's unhelpful. Just tag me in something. So from Jaden Pabenheim. Yeah, that's a tornado, most certainly. You can see that. So all credit to Jaden. He's working with Severe Studios. That's a drone shot near Cumberland City. That's most certainly a tornado. And yeah, that is a huge wall cloud as well. Michael David on that. And you can clearly see the indentation. Like, so that's a very large wall cloud. I can't even really tell where it stops. It's either here, or it's way out there. Regardless, it's a large wall cloud. Yeah, I get so honed in my coverage that I don't even really pay attention to when people say that my mic's cut out. Yeah, are you kidding me? It's tornadic debris that goes up to 15,000 feet already, folks. Yeah, and the CC weakened, but that's stronger than it was. That's 112 on top of 52. Folks, if you guys are in this areas, I would advise that you are in an underground shelter at this point. I would advise that you are underground below where the tornado could really impact you. An interior room, while good, is not as good as an underground shelter. And if an interior room is all you got, then that's all you got. But if you can find an underground shelter within a relatively close area of you, and you have time to do so, example, if you're in Allensville or Olmsted, you guys have time to do that. But if you're in Guthrie, Trenton, you don't have a whole lot of time. It might split right between the two areas, either that or Guthrie. You guys need to be on high alert. Guthrie, you need to be on very high alert. The bigger concern right now for me, though, is the fact that this is moving through a lot of suburbia near the Clarksville area, and I would be very concerning. Very concerning that this is moving through this particular area as it's continuing to strengthen. I'm trying to pull up. Let's see if, yep, there we go. That's classic. In fact, I'm gonna do this. One of the people in the chat, because I know at least I think that there's a couple. There's a new tornado warning that's been issued. One of y'all that has
tornado warning for
my number,
my county in South Central Kentucky.
My notifications are on. I've turned my phone ringer on. Tell me if there's a problem. And that would be no. Although, actually, hold up. Now we might have something to work with here. And there's your PDS. 2 PDS tornado warnings. The upgrade has been made. You can see it's clear as day. You've got a strong tornado over a suburbia area. That bad situation for anyone involved. It's a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning. For these areas south of Trenton, Guthrie, west of Allensville, Daysville, St. Bethlehem. You guys need to be in your tornado safe spaces right now for a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located near Clarksville. This tornado will cross Interstate 24 near the Kentucky-Tennessee line by 1:55 p.m. This is a particularly dangerous situation, as reported by the National Weather Service in Paducah, Kentucky. This is weather spotters confirmed at this point, so people beyond the public, trained professionals, have seen this tornado that is currently taking place. And as it pushes to the north and east, we're going to start to see, I believe, at least this is what I understand of storm interactions. with very little out in front of it. We're either going to see probably a holding period, or it could continue to strengthen as it gets into an environment of better shear. So we're going to need to watch out, particularly as we get into the Kentucky area of this tornado warning, for this storm to possibly intensify. I actually wonder if I can live that any day. Any day. That might be your tornado right there. That might be your tornado right there, folks. Right in the middle of your screen. It's a little bit hard to say because you can see there's a shelf extending out here, but there's an area of darker contrast there, and it would make sense because if you take a look at the radar image itself, that was not what I wanted. If you look at the radar image itself, that's a really strong signature. Goodness gracious, folks. If you look at it, you can see that there's rain extending out from the bottom of it. This is not a typical supercell structure. Well, it's pretty typical in the form of the hook. But beyond that, you've got rain extending out to the south of it, and that's concerning. On account of because you've got a really clear inflow area now into the storm. So any energy that there is, it's going to be sucked in by the storm. And the fact that there's very few storms in front of it, yeah, there's your broadcast media report. And that is still a strong tornado, 46 on top, or excuse me, 44 on top of 99. It's a 143 mile an hour delta velocity, folks. That's a strong tornado, still ongoing. And Russellville, you now also have a tornado warning downstream. Olmsted, Russellville along US 79 is the two areas that I'd be very concerned about going forward. Possibly a little bit farther south of that, we'll have to watch as the storm continues. But that would make sense for the tornado to be hidden right behind here. It's going to be very difficult to see because your curtain of rain is currently obstructing the area, and this is in Clarksville. But they are trying to find the tornado right now. And I think if you look this way, yeah, you're going to see a massive shelf extending out here. So that would add up with what I was just mentioning of the rain shaft back to behind it to the south and west being, we're looking from Clarksville here. So the rain shaft would be back behind it to the south and west here, and that would be where your tornado is hidden. That would add up. We just saw the tornado on stream. It was right there. Can you 3D, Morgan? That's a good point, but I have to go a little bit farther back on account of because if you get too close to the radar, it slices through the updraft because the beam height actually doesn't register. So I'm going to go back to where it was arguably its most classic supercell structure. Take this. I took a little bit too large of a box. Oops. There you go. That's a classic grungy supercell. Very classic grungy supercell. And here's an interesting note. Look at this, folks. So as the storm comes in, look at how it was almost tilted back to the south and west initially. But even then, you can see the inflow notch right here. So here's your shelf. There's your inflow notch. Here's the RFD, particularly this spot right back behind it. And then once it actually caught up to the storm, bang, wraps around, produces that quickly. It was that fast, folks. And that's exactly where your tornado was right hidden back in there. Can't really see it on 3D, but the inflow notch is clear as day right here. And where it would line up correlates with the radar scan itself. So there you go. Okay. No tornado emergency currently for those in chat that are mentioning it, although it's not impossible as it gets towards Russellville. You can't rule it out. Strong tornadoes still ongoing. That's a delta velocity of 100 on top of 50. It's a 150 mile an hour delta. Strong tornadoes still continuing on. Classic supercellular structure. You can see the hooking characteristic right here. Not quite as classic as it gets because you can see a little bit rain trailing behind it, and that's what we were seeing on the webcam as well. And they're trying to follow it. It's just impossible at this point. But there was your tornado, folks. Saw it on live stream just a couple minutes ago. And I do think Periscope has a bug that mislabels PDS warnings as Tori. That's bad. KOHX radar for tornado and check CC. Yeah, I can do that. Could maybe do a better 3D from KOHX. Let's see what radar is expendable. And that's starting to also get its act together too. Folks, we're going to need to watch out for this storm as well. Upper level rotation getting better with it as well. That's a new tornado warning, so I'm going to
tornado warning for
lay out.
Southern Todd County in south central Kentucky.
This is the thing that's expendable. Southern Todd County, did they just Tory it? No, they PDS'd it. Again, why? Yeah, I stick with why. There you go. Well, there's your tornado. Clear as day. Looking up about 3,600 feet. Clear as day. I'm going to take a 3D from here. See if we can get a little bit better of an angle on it. And it's a little bit higher up. But that's what you get. Yeah, it's hard to tell from this angle. Doesn't look like too much. I know it's a tornado on the ground. I know it's producing. You can see it right here. Here's your tornado. CC right there. Boom. And as it continues to push off towards the north and east, actually, that's Bowling Green. That's not helpful at all. It is the same link. Good. So we have a void in cameras here. Actually, we had cameras here. That's not helpful. I can't see a thing with that. That is bright and sunny. Okay. So we just can't see much. All right. I figured we wouldn't be able to see a whole lot, but I was hopeful. Okay. So they were bridging the gap here. I think that's what they did the new tornado warning for. Upgrade. Ten non. I think is what they're gonna do. They're gonna do a 10 non. Series being upgraded to an enhanced risk driven by 10% tornado probabilities in the upcoming 20Z outlook. Also, downstream watch issuance will probably be needed later. In the afternoon, storms approach a larger portion of Middle Tennessee into northwest Alabama. So, well, they've got an hour until the new outlook. No, they don't. They should have the new outlook by now, actually. I'm going to leave it on that. That's still cranking. That's still a strong tornado. And it's going to go north of Guthrie, thankfully, but that looks like a farm complex of some kind. It's going to go north of Guthrie, which is good news. Not great news is the fact that it's going to go right up US 79. Allensville, Olmsted, you guys are on deck, as I would say. Need to be watching out for this as we get closer to your area. In the next 5-10 minutes, I would be advising that you get underground immediately. I'd be advising that you get underground now. But if you're still preparing yourself, you have about 5 to 10 minutes more to do so. Velocity signature is 84 on top of 57, so it's not as strong as it once was, but that could be very relative to the fact that we are right next to the radar site. You can see a little bit higher up, 62 on top of 78, so it's about the same portion there. Very clear to be, yeah, just right out there. Very much so. Very classic in that regard. Which is an unfortunate situation for everyone involved. What? Ew. Hold up. Yeah, that weakened. Well, that's slowly strengthening. Just in the north of Jackson, Tennessee, got a storm that's slowly starting to pick it up a little bit more. Across the board, we're really in a holding period right now. Aside from that tornado warning storm, BDS tornado warning that's to the north of Clarksville. This storm's in a holding pattern. It's got the upper level rotation, but the low level mesocyclone is just not there, and the storm structure isn't helping it either. It needs a constructive merger, or it needs a constructive merger to help with the RFD surge. There's your storm split. That storm that has officially broken off from the forward flank. There are actually two splits. One is still ongoing. One has occurred. One is going to be fanning out into the Hernando area. The other one is fanning north of that. Oh dear. 10 sig, really? Yep. All right. Where's this outlook? Several tornadoes scattered large hail and areas of damaging winds are expected through the afternoon into the evening from portions of the Ohio and Tennessee valleys southward to the lower Mississippi Valley and middle Gulf Coast. Tornado probabilities have been increased within an enhanced risk for the unfolding tornado situation over western into middle Tennessee and far southern Kentucky and extending into northern Mississippi. Cells have remained discrete and are currently within a developing instability plume adjacent to an area of enhanced low-level shear over middle Tennessee, southern Kentucky, northern Mississippi. The combination of favorable storm mode and fully effective 0 to 1 storm relative helicity of 150 to 200 will pose a damaging tornado risk through the late afternoon. The greatest threat may remain in a relatively concentrated area due to the cooler air mass to the east, but an isolated strong tornado or two is possible. So they're not anticipating too many strong tornadoes, but we've already had at least one today. Here's your one right here. That continues to go. 94, yeah. Still going. I thought for a moment, it did. It handed up. it recycled and continued with its strong tornado. That's pretty remarkable. So you can see the reflectivity got a little bit cloudy in the middle of the inflow there for a minute, but has since cleared out. And this portion of the storm that was the original RFD is now pushing into the forward flank. You've got another one surging right behind it, just to the north of Guthrie. Got very close to Guthrie there, actually. Allensville, Olmsted. Time is now. You guys need to be in your safe space if you're not already. Underground or lowest airmost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. And that's wild. Forgive me, it's something unrelated. Okay. That got stronger again. 104 on top of 29. This is remarkable. New PDS, Russellville, Olmsted, Allensville. You guys are now in the PDS as well as Dareville. Although, yikes. That hit something? I'd believe it if the tornado was that large that it hit both of these. Yowza. Let's drop back here. It's still sort of there. Yeah. They are issuing a severe thunderstorm warning for it, which would imply that the tornado warning is going to be dropped when it expires, which will be in the next 5 minutes. So this will probably just be a base severe thunderstorm warning. 60 miles an hour wind gust, quarter size tail, and they do leave a tornado possible text. So that implies that they're going to drop the tornado warning for the moment, which is good news there. Yeah, that got even stronger. And I wonder if it detaches from this rain, we could have a very serious situation, because that would also imply that it could occlude a little bit more easier. So it could, if the storm itself manages to break off from this batch of rain here, which has been going with the entire time, and we saw that in the webcam, if it can break off from that, that would imply that downdraft surges would be a little bit more easier to accomplish, and because of that, the storm could turn to the left a little bit more. Why is that bad? Well, it's moving east-northeast currently. That can mean that it moves a little bit more northeast, and that would make it move towards the Allensville-Olmsted area, which would not be ideal in the slightest. And like I was saying, we're going to need to be watching out for these merger type of activities that would enhance the storm relative environment directly. That's something I've been studying a little bit more as of late, is storm relative environment versus large-scale storm environment. And what I have learned is that mergers and stuff like that are way more important than you think. That's still a tornado on the ground. That's still a strong tornado on the ground. That's nice radar. Thank you. But there's your tornado, clearly identified by the correlation coefficient drop. And this is exactly what I was talking about just a second ago. The storm has turned left. Allensville, by the time you receive this transmission, it is probably too late. The tornado is on your doorstep right now. You need to be in your safe space as we speak, underground or lowest airmost part of your building, and mercy goodness, folks. That's 21 on top of 124, and that has taken a recent uptrend from the occlusion process that's undergoing right now. Allensville, you need to be, it's too late. You need to be underground or in the lowest airmost part of your building, ideally underground. This is a PDS tornado warning that you guys are under for a large and extremely dangerous tornado confirmed by weather spotters. Olmsted as well, you guys are under the gun. This is a very serious situation for everybody that is in this area. PDS, yes. Nate is coaching a hockey game. And forgive me for not keeping up with chat a little bit better. Tried to do so at the start. You can even see it on this radar too. Tornado's right there, heading right for Allensville, folks. Allensville is going to take a direct hit here very shortly. And what people are talking about in chat with the debris fanning, yeah. Ever since up here. Ever since it actually first touched the ground north of Clarksville, it's been fanning out the back side. Just straight up. It's moving with the direction of the shear and the combined direction of the storm. And it's just getting spewed out the northern side. Every time I end up being fascinated about how shear does actually impact the direction. Shear does actually impact everything. Got larger, but also a little bit more confined, or a little bit less confined. Excuse me. There's even some debris up here. As far west, east, east, east as nearly Bowling Green. It's getting toward Bowling Green, the debris. Yep, Allensville's going to take a direct hit here very shortly, folks. And need to keep them in your thoughts. This is a very serious situation, really, for everybody involved here, just south and east of US 79 in the Allensville and Olmsted area. This will be heading towards, a little bit later on, this will be heading towards Corinth, south of Russellville. So you guys are next after this passes through the Allensville-Olmsted area, although we could see it possibly take a backseat for a moment to other storms because you can also see that there is a little bit of a... There's another storm that's actually starting to attach the rear flank downdraft as well, so it may take a moment to cycle. Although the last time it cycled, we saw that, it continued with its strong tornado. This is a direct hit on Allensville, correct? This is going to cross through very, very shortly. Folks, there's your tornado and there's the town. Very small town. Heading right through. And I hope people that were down there managed to get out of the way. Anyone know what speed the storm is moving? 40 miles an hour to the north and east. And I can actually take a motion for you here. And there you go. So Allensville, Corinth, in the next up to 30 minutes from now, you guys are on the clock. If you guys are in Corinth, you guys are just on the edge of a particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning. And you need to be watching out for the possibility for this tornado to head up your way, or possibly a cycled form of this same storm and a new tornado heading up towards your direction. It's a new tornado warning that has been issued. Listen in, I'll lay out here.
Tornado warning for southeastern Logan County in south-central Kentucky, northern Simpson County in south-central Kentucky, southwestern Warren County in south-central Kentucky.
That's interesting. Did they get spared? Wait on a new velocity scan. It might have lifted right over them. I think there would be... Yeah, wow. So the tornado is either much weaker or it's off the ground. I would go to say it's much weaker, but that is a very fortunate break for the town of Allensville. It's another new tornado warning. And I'm going to go into the Bowling Green thing here in a minute.
Tornado warning for Northern Henderson County in West Tennessee, Southwestern Benton County in West Tennessee, Carroll County in West Tennessee, Northeastern Madison County in West Tennessee, Northeastern Decatur County in West Tennessee.
That's what I was mentioning a minute ago, a few more minutes than a minute ago. But Cedar Grove, Huntington, Park Crossroads, Clarksburg, you guys need to be in your safe spaces. That's the storm that I was talking about north of Jackson that looked like it was rotating pretty strongly. And indeed, the National Weather Service, and this is Memphis now, does agree with me. So tornado and quarter-sized hail, that has been warned for. That will be in effect until the top of the hour, folks. You need to be in your safe spaces down there. If you're in Holiday along US 40 between Park Crossroads, Holiday, Cedar Grove, Clarksburg, south of Huntington, you need to be in your tornado shelters. Confirmed tornado warning downstream has been issued, particularly for the areas of Bowling Green. That is the biggest area that we could be talking about here. Bowling Green, you guys are now in a tornado warning. Tornado confirmed. You've got a lot of time. What does that mean? Well, one, you've got time to prepare. Two, this storm has time to cycle. As you can see, the storm is starting to fan out in terms of its intensity, but with this storm on the backside, could favor an RFD surge on the backside again. That would increase the near storm environment, increase the velocity, the vorticity, and the shear, help the storm effectively produce another tornado. And we're gonna need to watch out for that in a little bit later on. Allensville dodged a massive bullet. I don't know if the tornado is totally off the ground because it certainly looks as though there is still a weak tornado there, but compare that to the scan 2 frames ago, and that is a very fortunate break. Strong RFD, certainly. Yeah. Most certainly. Probably up to 80-mile-an-hour winds. The ZDR weakening is an interesting note. It just got a lot more. Are you kidding me? So, there's your cycling period. This is a really interesting storm now. The forward flank has gotten a lot more long, horizontally speaking. That's clearing the way for the inflow, but that is not going to support a long track tornado, I don't think. That's a tornado still on the ground near Olmsted, so there was definitely a tornado there, although I think they definitely got spared by what could have been worse. It's been going on for 20 minutes now. And Corinth, Auburn are the 2 areas that I'd be watching right now for possible tornadic impact. Nice. Will Bowling Green be fine? You guys are in tornado warning right now. You should be preparing to get into your safe space. I wouldn't say you quite need to be there yet because you've got not quite an hour, but pretty close to an hour before the storm heads towards you. Better be safe than sorry in this instance, folks. Say that every time. More storms forming south of this. Wouldn't doubt it. Yeah, all of these storms are starting to get severe warned. I'll touch on that in a minute. This is not a new PDS, by the way. This has been out, but they are continuing it. At 219, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located 1 mile east of Allensville. It's moving northeast at 40. So there you go. They're maintaining the PDS tornado warning. It's still there. Although, massive debris fanning. Yeah, that's not great. Okay, so this is all debris. There. And there's your RFD push. So, it's very concerning that these mergers are happening, or excuse me, these cycling periods specifically are happening so quickly. that could make it fairly unpredictable as far as determining the direction, because the occlusion periods are going to be very quick in terms of the direction and in terms of the. That's still a tornado on the ground. That is getting stronger again. 125 on top of 2. So, grand scheme of things, Allensville dodged a bullet. Corinth, you guys are on tap. This is a strong tornado. Back, going again. And heading towards your area. Could cross over United States Route 431, that it is, yes. South of Russellville in Logan County. You guys need to be watching out for this getting into your safe space as you can do so. Okay. Take a sip of water. It is moving very fast indeed. Russellville got hit by the massive wedge in the spring. I don't actually remember. Well, one thing to note, I'm going to ask y'all to refer to the top of the screen here for a moment. One thing to note on that is that all the events in the spring were kind of in the Mississippi River Valley. So, from Iowa down, Arkansas, Tennessee, Mississippi had a very active spring. Huh, I wonder. That's a good point. I'm actually not sure. Oh. What? A what? Really? Well, it's hitting field, so CC isn't going to pick up much, although those structures might be a problem. Huh. So, okay, well, I just found a time that I can use this storm motion line here to my advantage. Look at the storm turn left. That's the occlusion process that I was talking about. It's finally breaking off from this. This is such a scrawny storm at this point. Although that is turning really quickly left. If you're in Russellville, I'm going to remind you that you're still in a particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning, and that you need to be watching out for this storm regardless. But that's an interesting turn left. That's an interesting development. Where's Nate coaching a hockey game? Elkton, Aspen Hill area, Tennessee, in danger. We as a society have Google Maps, and I'm going to lay out because that's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southern Phillips County in eastern Arkansas, Kahoma County in northwestern Mississippi, southwestern Tunica County in northwestern Mississippi, northern Quitman County in northwestern Mississippi.
Did they really warn this again? Yeah, they did warn this again. No, Tunica. Nah, Tunica. Yeah, they warned this again. Wait, no, that's not. What? I'm confused. No, now I get it. That's a new one. All right. Okay, I was saying, Elkton, near the border of uh, that state, Alabama. Nice one, Morgan. Near the state of Alabama. Watch out later today. As of right now, no, you are not in danger. Watch out later today. Very important. Nate, I'm sure you did. Anyway, new tornado warning. And this is a new cluster of storms that is forming, although the structure kind of reminds me a lot of this one, which has since gone shbleh on everything. But that's a new tornado warning for Clarksdale, and if you guys are in that area, you need to be taken to your safe spaces. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. And the radar coverage here is not that good. But I wonder. That's looking north. That's crap. Well, that's almost good. That's really almost good. So that's up here. I'm trying to look there. That's almost really good. Crap. All right. I'll remember that. All right, now let's see. All right, this might be useful in a little bit. That might be useful in a little bit. We'll bear that in mind. Um, so yeah, this will be impacting the Clarksdale area here shortly. You guys need to be in your tornado shelters. The storm up here is continuing to recycle, although it doesn't seem like it's actually shed that yet. It's dragging it along. What is this storm, man? Man. Surprised we haven't seen too much damage from Clarksville. I'm sure the photos are out there. In fact, I'm just gonna do this really fast on the off chance that people have mentioned me and things. And the answer is no, they haven't. All right. It'll make me feel bad for not keeping up with my things. That's still going. It's still a strong tornado. Man, this thing is ridiculous. It's persistent as all get out. 112 mile an hour delta velocity on that. Got 100 on top of 12. And Corinth, you guys need to be watching out as this moves to the north of you. The southern suburbs of Russellville as well need to be watching out on the count of if this thing undergoes another quick occlusion process, he'll turn left right into the southern suburbs of the area. In other news, south of US Route 68, you need to be watching out as this goes towards Bowling Green. Very, very concerning situation that we've got. Mayfield 2.0, I'm not going to comment on that on account of because that is ridiculous. Sorry, I just read something. For anyone that's into baseball, you'll understand. Wow. All right. I'm holding Nate's word. I can't show that on stream, but wow. New Johnsonville's rotation and donut hole. Yeah, gonna wait on a new scan on that. Ooh, that's rotating a little bit more. That's still rotating. Everything's rotating. Even the little shower here is rotating. Nope. There we go. I might try and pick it up again here in a while. I'm not saying yet, but in a while. It's got the structure to do it now. Jonesville's near Jackson. Forgive me, y'all. I'm trying to just figure out here what. Many trees, power lines down. It's a PDS for Bowling Green. Many trees and power lines down. Barns destroyed in addition to minor damage to houses along US 79 southwest of Allensville. Time estimated from radar. No, I want Memphis. I do have Memphis. What? How will be this storm? And I'll get to Bowling Green here in one moment. I'm just trying to gauge around what really has the potential to go in a near term. It's a column. That's sort of an arc. Can't really tell because they're looking so high up. Okay. So really, upon my analysis, the only thing that has the significant potential to go right now is the thing that's heading towards Bowling Green. On account of because this is shrouded in hail, and this is a little too beleg in where the inflow notch would be, and that is slightly too linear currently. Now, if this thing punches the RFD behind it, you can see what we've seen today. That could produce. If this thing gets a little bit clearer, gets a little bit better of structure, and gets a little bit closer to the radar, in fairness, we could also have two tornadic situations there. Need to watch out for that. But that is a PDS tornado warning for Bowling Green as the tornado dissipates. And it's running out of instability. That's quite the possibility. In fact, I'll go take a look here. What's Nashville got to work with? It's all right. Packing Russellville houses. I wouldn't doubt it, but at the same time, it has fallen off. It's weakened a ton in the last couple of frames, and it's turned right. Back right. Which you don't really want right now. It's turned into the forward flank of the storm. So this is going to take a minute to recycle. Tornado, I would say, is very close to being off the ground at this point, if not already. That's near the Corinth areas. It impacted the southern area of Russellville. Possibly some homes here in the southern portion of town that were impacted. This will head up towards the Rich Pond, Memphis Junction, Bowling Green area, and you are in a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning for a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. 3 miles to the south and east of Russellville. So this is going to push off towards the north and east and continue to head towards the Bowling Green area. Although I do think there's a good point to be made there for the fact that it's running out of instability to work with. And we are getting to the point in the northern end of the risk where you are going to start to lack in that department. Can show on stream. This is from Cruz Medina, Montgomery County, Tennessee. So this is credit to Max Remy. And there's your clear tornado, clear as day, Montgomery County, Tennessee. That was a little bit earlier on in this storm's cycling process, but there you go.
Tornado warning for southeastern Houston County in Middle Tennessee, northern Humphreys County in Middle Tennessee.
You are starting to run out of instability up there, and you're also starting to hit some capping inversion. Now, could this storm do it again? Certainly. But it's going to struggle. At least as of right now, it's going to struggle. And that is good news that it is starting to finally die off. There's your tornado warning for Waverly that I was talking about. That storm had potential to possibly a little bit more. Yeah, it's starting to do what I said it should. Now it's got to turn a little bit more counterclockwise. But that's a tornado warning for Waverly and McEwen along United States Route 70, Tennessee Route 13. If you guys are in those areas, you need to be into your safe spaces. Lowest or most part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. That's concerning. Near Clarksburg as well. A whole lot of things going on right now. Middle Tennessee may start to take over as the main area to be watching. And drop down here to see what's going on here, and not a whole lot. So this tornado warning here for Clarksdale, not too concerning as of this moment. And Southern Supercells looking like they could do the same possibly. Yeah, that signature's going away. So now what we got to worry about is contamination, among other things, but also the situation, these storms near Holiday, Parker Crossroads, Waverly, McEwen in Middle Tennessee. They're going to continue to push off towards the north and east. And as they do, they're going to enter a bit better of a sheared environment, but also a little bit less instability. So it's important that they maintain their storm structure now if they want the chance to produce tornadoes down the road. Storms really forming across the board here, although this line area is weaker, at least a little bit weaker than it was to be forecast. Dependence, yeah. Okay. So, yeah, these are our two main storms right now. That's weakening just a bit. Still got the structure, but has a lot more rain in front of the storm to work with now because the actual RFD went into the forward flank, which has all the rain and such. So that's something to consider. Jason's still there, yes. They are not issuing a tornado emergency for Bowling Green. Not at the state at which it's at, and as you can see, it has been downgraded to a base tornado warning on account of because the storm has gone on it in that area, which is good news. So now we're down to this PDS, which is about to expire because it's just fallen out of the risk area, or fallen out of the storm's area. And we've got the other tornado warnings in Middle Tennessee and Western Mississippi. These storms are very interesting. I'm going to be curious to see what they do as they head towards the Nashville area. Not particularly excited to see because, you know, but curious no less. Startled me for a second. Let's do that. Yeah, there you go. A little bit better. It's a strong area of rotation. We're looking up very high, though. So take that with a grain of salt, if you will. Connor Croft is something on stream. I can look, but I cannot show that because copyright. I know I can't. Let me look. Let's see what we got. He's pulling off somewhere as we speak. Looks like he's got a wall cloud of some sort as we speak. Says there's still PDS for Bowling Green. That has been dropped. Base tornado warning and the PDS back behind it has also been dropped. There was a PDS for Bowling Green. That has since gone away, though, which is good news. And the storm structure is really just, it's on the struggle bus at this point. That ZDR arc has completely collapsed. There's still some structure with it present, but it's going to be very hard pressed in this current thermodynamic environment to restructure itself. Now, and this is food for thought for later on, if you were talking about the later threat, which is, that's a new mesoscale discussion. Severe threat will increase as storms approach from the west. That's from Middle Tennessee, northern Alabama, southern Kentucky, southern and central Kentucky. Now, if you were to talk about the linear embedded tornado threat that we'll have later on, this environment would be completely fine for it because their structure is already laid out for the storm. So you've got the linear structure with the embedded rotations there. That would help the possibility for tornadic development within those areas. But as it stands, as it stands in its current stage, it's not going to have a very good time trying to produce again, which is extremely good news. This is a tornado outbreak. Not right now. We've had a few. Certainly, we've had a few, but it'll depend on what happens later on. That's a lot of damage in Clarksville. Let's show y'all. You eat my words, Morgan. Yikes. Alright, I'll get to that in a sec. Here's some damage. That's a little bit more than I was betting on. Yowza. You can see this house is brick. I should probably using a little bit different color. You can see this house is brick. And just about everything but the bricks. Actually, you can see some on the ground here, but the roof is in shambles. There's a lot of debris surrounding the area. Trees have been torn off in the middle. Yikes. This is near Bucksnort, Tennessee. Let me look. It's approaching that. Bucksnort's along I-40 south of Waverly. You guys need to be watching out a little bit later on. Not currently, but something to consider for. Yeah, Bucksnort's here. Yeah, watch out for this storm near Holiday as we speak. There's a tornado warning for Waverly. There's a tornado warning for Holiday south of Camden. Watch out for those storms. Those will be the ones that will threaten you, if anything. We're almost congested today. That's strange. They did say there's potential for more strong tornadoes. Some could be long track. Yes, that'll be a little bit later on. Um, hmm. That's curious. So, the storm may still have something to it. Although I don't know what its forcing mechanism is going to be. This storm is currently moving to the east-northeast. This will be impacting Rich Pond in the next 10 or 15 minutes along United States Route 31W north of Woodburn, south of Memphis Junction, and along I-65, and also that same vicinity. Something interesting to watch because I think I don't know how much this storm has left per se in order in terms of cycling to produce again, but that'll be interesting to watch because it's definitely still got something there. There is structure isn't totally gone yet. Oh man. Wow. All right. Okay, going. The storm is wrapping it up a bit too. Yes, that is also correct. Hmm. So as of right now, that's interesting. A lot of hail on the forward flank, but this is an interesting storm to watch. Red Banks, excuse me, Holly Springs as well, in Marshall County, Mississippi. That'd be an interesting storm to monitor. Do they still have a tornado possible tag on this? Yes, yes they do. They're also warning it for tennis ball sized hail, so that's also another thing to consider with that is that a tornado is not always the most significant threat of a storm. Waiting on a new frame for that. check back on Waverly reported a funnel cloud. It was brief. This is a bit concerning. As far as the person that asked about buck snort, this should go north of you. However, I would still be keeping in touch with the local news network or keeping in tune here. We'll have keep an eye on this for you. But as of right now, it looks like it's sticking north of I-40, which is good news. Did Kentucky get any tornadoes from this storm? From this one, they got a bunch. Either a bunch of briefer ones or a long track one. I'm more willing to bet it's a long tracked one than anything else. And there's a spectrum withdrop. This storm's going to keep trying. As much as it is struggling, it's going to keep trying. So Rich Pond, Memphis Junction, Woodburn, you guys are still in a tornado warning, especially Bowling Green. You guys are also still in a tornado warning. You need to be in your safe spaces, as well as adjacent areas to I-65 in those same spots. Be watching out very closely. Yeah, same storm, man. That's interesting. Expired, and there's your new tornado warning. Okay, never mind. Not interesting.
Tornado warning for Central Warren County in south central Kentucky, northwestern Barron County in south central Kentucky,
Yeah, never mind.
southeastern Edmonson County in south central Kentucky.
Well, this area I actually know of Kentucky pretty well, and I kind of have traveled through there. And this is going to move up I-65 here, basically parallel to it. They issued a new tornado warning. Bowling Green, Smiths Grove, Glasgow. You guys are all under a tornado warning now. You need to be in your safe spaces. This will be in effect until the top of the following hour. So that'd be 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So you need to be watching out for that, taking your proper safe spaces. 4 p.m. Central Standard. New scan, please. Oh boy. Cousin neighborhood got hit in Clarksville. Yeah, there's a lot of areas in Clarksville that are dealing with some significant damage right now, if I had to bet. Man, I'm yawning all over the place, man. Very frustrating. Um, okay. That might hand off, which would not be good because it could. Wildstorm, man. Keep mentioning me on these on Twitter. If y'all see things, I am seeing them as we go along, and it is good to show y'all what the impacts of this really are. As of right now, we are waiting on the progression of this storm. They have not issued a new tornado warning on this, which is interesting to say the least, although it does seem like it has weakened in the last few scans. Waverly still is a tornado warning. McEwen along the United States Route 70. You guys need to be watching out there. South of that, there's a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for this storm. So actually, I don't think they are going to issue a new tornado warning because they issued a severe thunderstorm warning downstream for Dixon, north of Lobelville, north of Centerville, Bold Spring, north of I-40 in that general area. You'll be watching out for these storms as they progress your way. Possibility for some large hail damaging winds, and a tornado can't be ruled out later on. If a tornado warning does get issued, you need to seek immediate refuge. I'm so tired for no reason, man. Oh, man. What was I going to do? This. This is from Mike Scantlin. Actually, they're not from Scantlin. It's from Leland Stodham. Right out the window. It's your Clarksville tornado. You can see it wasn't fully condensed at this point, because you can see a lot of clear air here in between, but you can clearly see it coming to the ground. A lot of rapid rotation towards the ground and debris being flung as a result. You saw a power flash there. And from B. Will, just church is totally lost, which is unfortunate. And I think a lot of areas in Clarksville are going to be dealing with a similar situation to this. You need to keep him in your thoughts, folks. I'm not having a great time today. Wow. Drop back to this and drop back. That's not what I wanted. To this. It just doesn't have the upper levels it once had, folks, and that's a very good thing. We are probably going to see this storm weekly try to keep going, but it's going to continue to struggle at this rate in time. Especially moving into an area with even less favorable instability than it's dealing with right now and more capping inversion, it's going to struggle going forward. Echo Top's still up to 35,000 feet, but I think we're going to continue to deal with this thing being in a struggling pattern for a consistent amount of time. Well, there's your mezzo on that storm. Holly Springs, like I was saying, although it does look strange. It's a hail spike. There's two of them, actually, you can see. That's not what I wanted to do. That's still not what I wanted to do. One, two hail spikes. Just caused when the which is caused when the radar scan actually bounces off of the hail. So that causes the effect of lengthening the scan of the hail. Holly Springs storm on the Memphis airport radar. I will take to that in a second. That's a new tornado warning.
Central Humphreys County in Middle Tennessee.
Central Humphreys County in Middle Tennessee. And I doubt it's this. So there you go. If you guys are in these areas of Bold Spring, New Johnsonville, you need to be taking to your safe spaces, underground or lowest, narrowmost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many wells between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Somebody suggested terminal radar to look at this storm, which might not be a bad idea. It's not like too much is going on here, so yeah, let's try. All right. There's certainly something to that. Now, whether or not it's immediately surface based, well, it's not. You can tell because the hook is there, but it's kind of jutting out to the south more than it is to the east. Because when it's jutting out like this, it's indicative that it's struggling to compensate for the low level shear. So that's one thing. But just overall, I think something to watch down the road for sure. Because this is, especially as it gets towards the northeastern Mississippi areas, southern Tennessee, it'll get into better shear. I am cold. You know what? That's what I'm going to do. Hold on. Very good, very good, very good. Ooh. Nashville's gonna want to be on the lookout. Yeah, 2 supercells. Yeah. I was talking about this particular storm, which is heading on a beeline towards Nashville. And there's your tornado warning for Bold Spring. The person that was asking about buck snort was buck snort's down here. I'd advise if you want to feel safer to get into a tornado safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. And also, if you are in the Waverly area again, that took me a minute. Why? I don't know. If you're in the Waverly area again, I would advise that you are staying in your safe space because you already had one storm move through. So you had the first storm that moved to your north, and now you have this storm. Now this one may move to your south, but it's better to be safe in this instance. And that is a very broad rotation. So consider that and stay in your safe space if you're in Waverly, south of US 70, Bold Spring, Tennessee Route 13, to the south and east of New Johnsonville. Northern cell looks to be dying. Both northern storms seem to be dying. Yeah, this one's not having a great time. Yeah. All right. What are predictions for Kentucky? Well, you guys have already had one storm move through the area. Beyond that, there may not be too many because right behind it, you've got a lot of stratiform rain, and everything else is to the south of it. So you might not have too much more actually, which would be really good news. Yeah, I'm going to stick a fork in this storm and call it for the time being. It's not happening, which is good news for Bowling Green, Memphis Junction, Rich Pond. Tornado warning remains in effect along Interstate 65 between Cave City and Bowling Green. Been there. Mammoth Cave. Really nice area. Anyway, between Bowling Green and Cave City, US 65. US Interstate 65. Wow. Glasgow, you are also in the warning. You need to be watching out for this, but I'm going to stick a fork in this one for right now because it's just not having a great time. That's hail. Which can be trippy because you think something like that, and what I was showing you earlier, you could go to think that's a debris signature, but oops, all hail. And you can tell because the rotation itself doesn't line up with where the hail spike is. So your rotation is down, your hail spike is up there. Boom, you'll see that. That's how you can tell. Okay, man. Okay. Storms back here are starting to kick a little bit more too. Okay, so it is 21Z roughly. Tune into some newer details on the wrap. So we are starting to lose daylight here across the board. So that's another thing to consider in terms of the intensity of these storms, what's going to happen to them. But you can clearly see your line of storms right here. Pretty strong line you got going on. I'm going to look at the wrap. And I'll look at the HRRR for reflectivity strictly. This one could be over by about 6 my time. It's crazy because you'd think with a profile like that you're going to struggle. You haven't yet. Okay, maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. It'll depend heavily on if storms are there yet. Wow. All right. So it likes that Holly Springs storm. So I can say that much. Other than that, stuff seems to go upscale fairly quickly. A lot more forcing. Maybe one or two isolated discrete storms, but everything goes upscale pretty quickly. That slightly concerns me, although I'm not going to worry about it too much because we're still a ways out. Yeah, that's what I'm getting at. Finding Northwest Mississippi getting better, yeah, that adds up. Finding when you don't talk for multiple hours consistently in a while, it's a little bit more difficult to do. Yeah, thank you, radar. Yeah, that adds. I'm gonna go back to the WSR-8D. That's not what I want. All right, we're gonna need to watch out for the possibility of a tornado warning here for Holly Springs very shortly. A bit of that is contamination, but there is a mesocyclone there. Fairly shallow, though. That's kind of the theme for everything here. it wasn't so high up, I would say that looks imminently looks imminent to produce a tornado. But because it's so high up, we're most likely looking at the mesocyclone itself, and because of that, there's no tornado there currently. If you're in Bold Spring, Waverly, Humphreys County, you still need to be watching out for this. But as of right now, the tornado threat's still there, but there we go. The we're gonna need to watch out later on. I would say specifically as it gets towards Dixon. Would be where I would watch for it to produce a tornado, especially as it looks like it's absorbing some other storms. Um, Once those mergers get underway and once those mergers get completed, hypothetically, it should be a little bit easier for the storms to produce a tornado. Nate's fine. He's coaching a hockey game today. And in fact, I'll just look really quick. Where is he at? He is at the ice rink per sources. Oh, that's the one he's at today. Huh. He's almost in DC. So, thanks for keeping the channel going. I'm trying as much as I can. Not having the greatest day in terms of my words, but I'm glad to be here. I haven't done this in a while, so if nothing else, I'm just out of shape per se. But other than that, I'm happy to be here. Okay, that's still a mesocyclone. That's a donut hole. Really? So this storm is still finding a way. It looks like it's about to form a bounded weak ecoregion to the north of Dixon, northwest of Charlotte. That's the old report, Morgan. Mass fill spike northwest Holly Springs, yeah. Might as well. Oh. Um. Um. Hold up. I need to. So I'm gonna find this tweet that was just sent to me, and I'm gonna compare something here because while we're in a little bit of a waiting period. Nick Krasinski, or not Krasinski. Man, that's a mouthful. um. So all credit to him here, and then credit to Connor Healy on the tweet itself here that I'm gonna show y'all. So that was a strip mall. And I'm gonna just do this real quick. So I'm gonna lay out here for the tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northern Dixon County in Middle Tennessee, southeastern Montgomery County in Middle Tennessee, east central Houston County in Middle Tennessee, northwestern Cheatham County in Middle Tennessee.
Suntan City. Okay, so the fact that there's 3 locations in close, that's nice. It's definitely not that one. It's that one. There's brick there. There are bricks there that turned into this. Huh. Okay. So just turned in as the logoing, more negative tilt than expected. A little bit. There's always anticipated to be a ton of divergence aloft. That's kind of what's driving this event as a whole. But as of right now, oh, what? It did wrap up very quickly. So that's something to be concerned about. That's your new tornado warning for Slade and Cumberland Furnace. Pushing off towards the north and east and towards you, Interstate 24. Why do I keep saying United States route? Interstate 24, north and west of Pleasant View. They'll push off there later on. You need to be watching out for that getting into your tornado shelters. Lowest airmost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Northwest of Ashland City, Tennessee. It's a new tornado watch. Okay. Sladen tornado on the ground. Negative. The reason I say that is any lighter values here in CC are going to be attributed with the lowering in reflectivity here that you can see, because with the bounded weak echo region, you've got a little bit of a gap. And the CC up there is hail. So, not yet. I'm not saying it's impossible. That's concerning. So that storm continues to intensify. That's heading off towards the Dixon area. These 2 storms are the ones to watch right now. And Nashville, this is the time where you need to start to tune into local stations and keep up with this. Very important stuff. I see a deeper CC than you have. Well, if you're looking at radar scope, that's probably part of the reason. Here is not. This is hail. And this is also hail. So I don't know. I'm not exactly sure what you're referring to. Sladen is here. So the rain is making me feel better. Rain is very relaxing. It's very soothing. Now, example, when it's blowing into your window like it does here half the time, because I face the north and west with my window. Not exactly the greatest thing in the world. Yes, threat for Nashville, Murfreesboro area is starting to ramp up. Murfreesboro a little bit less so right now, though. Nashville, I'd be concerned about this particular storm, the one that's in Waverly right now, Bold Spring, heading up towards your area, Holiday. This batch of storms is going to be the one that you guys are going to need to take extra incentive to keep an eye on. This storm track is not right. Well, a little bit farther south than that. Nope, no CC insulated. Although the bounded weak echo region, bounded B were. is fully consolidated now. Okay. No tornado there. No tornado there. Still looks a little linear. A wall cloud has been reported, though. That was as of 3 minutes ago. So the storm is tornadic to an extent and has a toward possible tag. So that's something to consider there. Um, I am, you know, there was a funnel cloud. That's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southwestern Dixon County in Middle Tennessee, east central Humphreys County in Middle Tennessee.
Western Dixon, East Central. So they warned this one. It's either that or a downside. Not Dixon. Okay, it's a downstream warning for this one. That makes sense. Yeah, bound to weak echo region. I'm just not speaking properly today. I don't know what there is to that specifically. Clear air. Nothing. Okay. So for the moment, I actually might stick with these radars on account of because the KOHX is a little bit farther away relative to the southern storm specifically. They're pretty identical. And they will continue to be pretty identical, but as it gets towards Nashville, I'll switch back over. As of right now, the two main threats that we do have are with these two storms in Middle Tennessee. We have another storm back by Holly Springs, northern Mississippi, that also looks like it has the potential to produce a tornado later on, but that is not a current threat, I don't think, not with this structure. That's very classic hail structure. So while there is a wall cloud, I don't anticipate too much coming from that as of this moment. Two main storms to watch right now are these two storms. This one's getting more intense. And that's not something I want to see. The fact that it looks like the backside is also starting to get a little bit better organized. You can see ZDR also filing in this way, back around the storm. It looks good. And as the storm gets towards Nashville, let's see what we got in an environment there. It's pretty alright. It's not very streamwise, so that's one thing to note. There's a little bit here on this between at like 1.5 kilometers. Excuse me, 1/2 kilometer, not 1.5. Yeah. Greetings from the UK. Good to see you. Glad to have you here. Already growing upscale. That is one thing. That is one thing to note, and that's one thing I'm seeing as well. Very quickly going upscale. Now, is the tornado threat diminished? Not particularly yet, but I feel like sooner rather than later we are going to see the tornado threat diminish. Depending on that will determine the amount of time that I end up on stream because I do have things to take care of today. Oh man. Yeah, a lot of spectrum, a lot of turbulence to the ground. So I wonder if the fact that we are so far away has anything to do with the fact that the storm looks as meh as it does. I know this storm looks better than it did a ways back, but that also could just be due to the fact that constructive storm mergers occurred. Um, yeah, really, these two storms right now are the only two that I'm concerned about for tornado potential until this storm becomes a little bit more surface based near Holly Springs, which is heading towards Ashland now. But all of these are hail makers. And the farther down you go, there's more stuff forming and it's immediately going upscale. So that is good news. Um, but the tornado threat is a little bit less so right now. I'm going to monitor these two storms specifically. Where's Nate? He's coaching a hockey game, so I'm covering for him right now. Church is gone. Yeah, I saw that. Hmm. McEwen still needs to be watched big time. And this is why. Among other things, just the fact that it looks as good as it does while being so shrouded in rain is a concern of its own. Okay. Okay. So look through some of these tweets, see if I can show them. Oh, that's one I've already shown. Um, wow. That's not what I wanted. Yikes. Well, I wouldn't quite call that a drill bit, but it's not far off. That's really tight on the ground. And widens significantly as you go farther up. That's interesting. That was a large tornado. Yeah, there you go. Big cone at one point. Straight down. So I wonder then what they're actually. I wonder what it's going to come out to be on damage assessment toolkit, like the size and like where it compacted because I think where it was the smallest is actually where it's going to be the strongest. That is a tornado. Legitimately. Yes, that is a tornado on the ground in Cumberland Furnace. Legitimately. So if you guys are north of Cumberland Furnace on Tennessee Route 48, you guys need to be in your safe spaces. But thankfully, the majority of this area that it's going through is nothing. Lots of trees and fields. So that's good news. West of Pleasant View, though, there are a few residences out here. Looks like a lot of smaller homes, maybe some trailers. There's your Torr. Tornado confirmed. But a lot of trees that's going to mostly go through. Very good news. Okay, this still is the better upper levels, but this storm is starting to become interesting itself in its own right. Where's Sean Paul's post? Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, good point by Sean Paul. I'll retweet. There we go. Tornado warning for McEwen and Tennessee City continues, although this is becoming displaced. Yeah, it's going on a merger. It's about to undergo a cell cycle. And that is now fanning out debris. Huh. Alright. So, a relatively brief tornado there. On the weaker end of things as well. But maybe the tornado from KHP. Yeah, that's a good point. I did say that I would stick to that, and then I forgot about that. Yeah, there's your tornado. That was there. Yeah. And that's your stronger delta velocity as well. Yeah, this is gonna undergo a this is either got to split or merge before it produces anything. Man, we are it's a prime tornado environment that's being wasted due to the fact that the lack of capping is making everything convect here. I mean, look at this. Hey, you guys can refer to the top right portion of my screen for what I'm talking about right now. Or I can refer to the middle of my screen. It actually never occurred to me that it would be on middle. Huh. So, I wonder really how many tornadoes we are going to have for the rest of the day. Because that's not going to support much. This kind of stage of where it's at, where storms are just kind of going right off the get. I don't know where they're going to be regarding that. What they're going to end up like. But at the moment, at least, this storm is going to struggle. This storm produced a tornado, may still be producing a tornado, quite possibly is. Waiting on the new velocity scan for that. And I need to go back to KHPX. Good job, Morgan. Way to go. New tornado warning has been issued.
Tornado warning for northeastern Dixon County in Middle Tennessee, southeastern Montgomery County in Middle Tennessee, northern Cheatham County in Middle Tennessee, southwestern Robertson County in Middle Tennessee.
So this is an extension of this warning, Sladen. Tornado that got produced there. They are pushing the warning a little bit farther downstream, which I can understand. Pleasant View, Coopertown, possibly Springfield as well could be in the tornado warning. Depends on how far they decide to extend it. Holy crap. That got... Okay, that was either down or close. Coopertown, Pleasant View, you guys are in the tornado warning. Springfield, not quite. A little bit too far to the north and east. But regardless, if you are on I-24 near the adjacent areas of Pleasant View and Coopertown, you guys need to be in your safe spaces. It's a really interesting view of the storm. This is from Kyle Tasman from Bowling Green. That thing is huge. And because of the tree line, you can't actually tell if it's down, but... Oh, no, it's definitely not down. Okay, good. I was going to say, you can't really tell, but that is very large wall cloud. And I'm just going to scroll to the end here because that's more of a relevant image, but you can see clearer beneath. Jutting edges. Yeah, large wall cloud. That was 20 minutes ago. So... That was one that looked like that. $321. It was one that looked like this. Or maybe like this. What in the world? All that tried momentarily again. A reminder, Park City and Glasgow, Cave City, you guys are still in a tornado warning. I'm still not particularly concerned about this. Just because bad thermos and pretty crappy storm structure. But other than that, not so bad. Drop back south. Now, that might still be ongoing. It definitely is still ongoing. What in the world? So, nah, that's a tornado. That's so hard to tell, though. Oh, the velocity scan's in front of the reflectivity scan. That's weird. That never happens. So Pleasant View, like I said, you guys need to be in your safe spaces. It's a weird structure, kind of resemblant of how the Southern Kentucky storm that was producing a tornado. Kind of resemblant to how that looked as it was producing tornadoes as well. So maybe a theme that we have going there with the divergence aloft that you don't really need the greatest storm structure in the world to create tornadoes. That's just way disorganized at this point. Damage reported in northern part of Dixon County. Yeah, that would add up. So this tornado might end up being on its way out, but is still doing damage near the Cumberland Furnace vicinity. Could be chewing up trees. That's a possibility. The storm down here has strong amounts of velocities in both directions, but it's not lining up well. Very linear at the moment. So as a result, strong damaging winds are going to be possible for the Dixon area, Charlotte as well. Though realistically, not too. I don't particularly think this is going to be capable of producing at least imminently. It'll take a little bit of merging, and the velocities need to line up as well for that. Shearers isn't there in Mississippi yet. Yeah, I know. It's almost 22Z, so you would think, especially with the sun going down sooner or later, that we're going to start to get toward it, but just not quite doing it yet. Going to lay out here, new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Central Dixon County in Middle Tennessee, Southeastern Cheatham County in Middle Tennessee.
Extension of Dixon, and going to be a warning for Charlotte as well as Ashland City, I believe it was. I can't recall if they extended the warning that long. Does include Ashland City. It's creeping up on Nashville's doorstep, though. I will tell you what. And they are anticipating the storm to move directly in that direction. So that's something to consider as well. If you're in Dixon, Kingston Springs, along United States Route 70, north of Interstate 40, got interstate this time. Yay. South of Van Leer, south of Cumberland Furnace, Ashland City, you guys need to be in your safe spaces, underground or low stair as part of your building, particularly a bathroom or closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. You adjust my camera there. Oh. Dear. That's not good. That's really not. I'm going to show y'all this. And I'm going to probably do the same thing that I did the last time. That's all new construction. And it was these two houses. Okay, well, that's awesome. That's good for me. There you go. So it looks like a lot of... This one has some brick. My point is that they're completely gone. Those two houses, that's the foundation. So that's my point. I just hit my mic. I apologize for that. So that's not great. I don't know, and I'm no structural engineer, so I can't really speak on it. But I wonder how those houses were built, because one of them had brick at the bottom, at the base. This one did. And even you can see on this image, right there. Now, the integrity of this one looks a little bit different. But regardless, these two houses are in the same predicament of not really being there at this point. And this is the house of which this is the brick one, because you can see the steeper downslope on the garage, or on the driveway. And you can see it's flattened. There's nothing there. So we're gonna need to watch out for that. I wonder how they're gonna rate these. It's gonna be an interesting thing to watch. It's got rotation with height. It's just displaced. The low-level mesocyclone and the mid-level mesocyclone are not lining up. Are you? No, you're not. What the heck? Why is that still reading as non... No, it is. Never mind. This is increasing again as it heads towards Pleasant View and Coopertown, so that's also concerning as well. Imagine buying a new house and then completely gets flattened. Yeah, that would not be the greatest feeling in the world, but that's why you have insurance. So I hope you do. Tornado warning has been dropped up here. Very close. Yeah, but that storm is calling it quits. That storm has had enough. And I don't blame it. It's gone on a long time. But it is exiting the favorable thermodynamic region. This is what it was initially. That was when it produced the strong tornadoes. And since then, thankfully, it has been on the struggle bus. And now it's done. So that's very good news. I think I'm going to turn back to OHX radar. Particularly for this storm, which it looks like it's getting broader with the scan. Five buildings level. Yeah, the number looks right. You also have to the mall in Clarksville as well. This one. This one. This thing is not there. And there are bricks here. You can see. These pillars are brick. And behind it, I believe, as well, is brick. That also got leveled. Yowza. So it was the radar scope glitch thing that had a tornado emergency. That's frustrating. Man, I'm so stiff. Oof. At least in EF1, mate, if you have houses that have gone from... So let's see. If you have houses that have done what happened to those, or that have had happen what happened to them, that's a mouthful. That's gonna be more than a one. That's gonna be more than a one. That's gonna be more than a one because if something like this happened to a mobile home, that would probably be a one. These are what look to be at least decently built homes that have been not swept clean, but not far off either. So if the RFD surges on this one, so if the on the backside, if it comes around, if the rain and the rotation cycle around, we'll get a tornado here. Um, but this one's just having a rough time. Check down your Holly Spring. Yeah, that storm isn't doing really well either. We now, though, have development. Okay, so this is interesting. So we now have development out in front of the line in Mississippi, which is going to do one of two things: produce tornadoes on their own, which part of me doubts, or the other option is that they move so slowly, and these things are moving not quite perpendicular, but not parallel either, to the direction in which these storms are moving. Mergers and destructive mergers at that, because these are full-fledged storms. So, yeah. Somebody just asked about locations and the enhanced risk. Nashville, yes. Athens, Alabama. There's not much of Alabama that is in the enhanced. Athens, new. Huntsville, new. The Tennessee Valley, a decent portion of it is. But overall, we are struggling to get tornadoes right now, which is good because that one cell that went through Clarksville may have just done it for the day, which would be a nice thought that we could have the one and done situation, but I don't know, we'll see. It's going to turn into the inflow now. It's getting very close to Nashville at this point. I don't enjoy the question marks we're having. Although, wait a minute. Speaking of wait a minute. There's a new storm that formed. That's actually not the RFD surging. That's a new, you can see it here. There's the shower. There it is there. And there it is here. It's formed out in front of the storm. That's kind of amusing. So that's stifling there. No tornadoes on the ground currently. So because of that, I'm going to go look here. Nashville bustling as usual. That's a pretty view. I want to see, can we get a view of the storms? No, that would be no. And that's kind of annoying because we've got a bunch of cameras here. Um, all right. I'm going to kind of look. That's not helpful. That's looking at the road. Shame on traffic cameras for actually pointing at the road. Who does that? Sarcasm implied. I just want one that can look out to the west. and then I would be a happy man. And they'll tilt up and look out to the west to boot. And that's not going to happen. That's annoying. That is a new tornado watch. Hair falling down. New tornado watch down here, which is interesting. 50-20. Man, they are not. And it's a 5 tour, so it's understandable. And it's 5 and a 2, so it's understandable. But they just don't have a whole lot of confidence in this. And I don't blame them. I don't like that at all. That's not great. The threat of prefrontals is present with the southern risk, but at the same time, I just don't love the fact that a low-level jet's going to increase as little as it's supposed to. Not a great recipe. What else is not a great recipe is this storm. Hang on, I'm going to call for reinforcements really quickly. Calling for reinforcements really quickly. Tornado warning for Ashland City continues. So this storm is, they keep the tornado warning on this. Don't like how that looks. Yeah, I don't like that at all. So at this point, we need to be watching out in the Nashville area for the possibility of a tornado with this storm. Thankfully, it looks like it's going to wobble to the north of the area of the main, or at least of downtown. So if you say we take this exact vector and tilt that, so it'll hit the suburbs. Goodlettsville is a bigger concern, Hendersonville as well. That's where I would be concerned. Thank you. Thank you. Call for reinforcements. All right. So, like I said, where I would be more concerned, more so than Nashville itself, is the suburbs to the north. Goodlettsville along I-65, Hendersonville along United States Route 31E is the areas that I would be watching out. If this storm is going to produce a tornado, it'll probably be in that region, and the velocities are upticking with height as well. Folks, we need to be spreading this information with as many people as possible, and I know that you need someone who knows this area. I'd be willing to hop on a call. I appreciate that. I'll take you up on that offer if I deem necessary. Let this thing fall a little bit. Um, any cams in the area? I can look. I don't think there's going to be too many on account of. There we go. New scan here in a moment. Oh, there's your new scan. I don't love that. It's occluding a little bit more off to the north, which means that it's going to try to enhance the storm relative environment. All of these things are upticking a little bit. I think we just had a kick in the shear, folks. That's not helpful at all. Come on. It's a new tornado warning, so I'm going to lay out here while I look for this.
Tornado warning for northern Tippah County in northeastern Mississippi, Alcorn County in northeastern Mississippi, southern McNairy County in West Tennessee.
Really? Well, they warned these. No, they warned Ripley. It's back here. It's not this thing. If you guys are in Tiplersville, Corinth, you guys need to be in your safe spaces, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. This does appear to have a BWER, so that's something to consider. I don't know, though, how the environment is going to evolve in this area because we are struggling to really get a shear kick. And while it looks like we've had one happen up farther to the north, we definitely have, and that's a tornado on the ground. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you are in Ashland City, you guys need to be in your safe spaces now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. That came out of, I won't say it came out of nowhere, but that came up very abruptly, and that is a strong tornado on the ground, and that is going to head off towards the north and east and head off into the northern Nashville suburb areas. Folks, we got to be spreading this information with as many people as possible, and, I don't think this is going to wobble south, but it's not out of the question. They just warned Dixon, and they are extending Pleasant View. So we now have tornado warnings really approaching the whole Nashville area.
Tennessee, northwestern Williamson County in Middle Tennessee, south central Cheatham County in Middle Tennessee.
So we now have tornado warnings up and down the I-65 corridor. Dixon is a storm that has been trying to produce as of late a little bit more. So if you guys are in Dixon along Interstate 40, you need to be in your safe space. If you're in Kingston Springs, if you're in Ashland City on Tennessee Route 12, you need to be in your safe space. If you are in northern Nashville, you need to be watching out. You don't need to act now. You need to be watching out and being weather aware and making sure that you know where your safe space is in the event that you have to take to it. If you're in Pleasant View, that storm is trying to rotate a little bit more again. Coopertown, Springfield, you need to be in your safe spaces as well. So now we're starting to see this area down here pick it up a little bit more. And specifically, I think this is the main storm to watch, unfortunately. And just being totally straight up, this is probably the storm that we're going to want to monitor the most. Nashville is going to want to be on very high alert for how this thing progresses off towards the east-northeast direction. Let's drop back on the Tiplersville storm, and this thing is it's still got tornadic rotation, but it is struggling and does look like it's a little bit linear, so we're going to consider that, and we are going to turn to the bigger priority at hand right now, which is this storm heading off towards Nashville. And tornado continues there. You can see on the correlation coefficient drop, you can see that's continuing there. I do wonder if that follows that storm motion. Interesting. So what to note from this is that this is the bigger threat to Nashville directly, This is the bigger threat to Nashville's northern suburbs. That could be producing again here very shortly. Very, very small couplet, but that could be producing a weaker tornado. This storm is still producing south of Ashland City. Along Tennessee Route 12 between Ashland City and Nashville. Would be watching out for this, taking your safe spaces now. We're going to get a warning extension here shortly. This will probably include, if I had to guess, it would probably include the Lakewood and Hendersonville areas of Davidson County in the middle of Tennessee. So let me check the profile. We definitely had a little bit of a kick. So you see this and how it kind of juts out and has a thin area between the purple line here and the red line on the outside. Well, I want y'all to observe how that widens a little bit, particularly in the northwest direction on this frame. What does that mean? Streamwise vorticity. It means that there's a little bit more of the backing and the wind shear there, making it easier for the storm to form.
Tornado warning for Central Davidson County in Middle Tennessee, East Central Dixon County in Middle Tennessee, Central Cheatham County in Middle Tennessee, South Central Robertson County in Middle Tennessee.
Okay. So there's your new warning. Cheatham County, Davidson County, PDS Nashville. Particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning has been issued for Nashville. This is a significant situation that we have on hand right now. And in fact, I'm going to just really quickly do this. I'm going to come over here. Just really briefly, folks, I need to just I work on something here with YouTube. Yeah. Go edit video. Okay, never mind. I'm not doing that. Okay. That's a bit of a problem on account of because that is where the next rotation is going to take shape if this thing surges behind. Folks, we got a very serious situation on hand. Not for nothing, but I do wonder if it is turning right. We'll get another scan here and we'll figure that out. Particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for Nashville. 409, a confirmed large extremely dangerous tornado was located near White Bluff, 8 miles southwest of Ashland City, moving east at 40. This is a particularly dangerous situation, as worded by the National Weather Service in Nashville. And as the storm progresses, we're going to see if this decides to turn right. And if it does, we've got a little bit of a problem. Either way, this thing is in line to produce a tornado for the next foreseeable future. What direction it takes is very important. If it continues on its current path, looks like we're going to be taking it into the Hendersonville area, maybe a little bit farther to the north of that. But if it continues if it continues and turns right, we have a bigger threat for Nashville on hand. So it's very important that we continue to monitor where this is heading. This Dixon storm is struggling, which is understandable because the Ashland City storm is starting to take all of its energy. Here's another thing to note. Any constructive merger that it would possibly undergo is going to be done by these storms down here. So that's something to watch as well. A little bit too close for comfort on that front. It does not look like it is turning right, which is good news, at least as of right now. But a tornado is still ongoing here to the north of Kingston Springs. We've got a bunch of storms now that look like they're rotating weekly. This storm up here might be producing here very shortly again. I did mention how it was going to produce up towards Springfield. This is along Tennessee Route 49. Want to be watching out for that. That's your rotation. That's certainly a tornado still ongoing. Not turning right as of right now. Good news. Okay. I'm gonna jump over here, see what it looks like from this angle, and that's not great. So it did what I was. It fixed what I was referring to with its. Yeah, constructive merger. It fixed what I was talking about. It realigned the. What's it called? The low-level mesocyclone and the mid-level mesocyclone. They were like this with each other, and now they're lined up again. So that means that it's easier for the storm to rotate a little bit more effectively. There's not the counteraction or counteractive flows. Constructive, like I said, mergers, not destructive mergers. And I do think that if the showers down here do merge like this, that we could have a little bit bigger of an issue for the northern suburbs. But we'll see what we'll see what we have when we get there. Regardless, if you are in the western areas or the northern and western areas of Nashville, south of Millersville, west of Hendersonville, and even I would go to say if you guys are in those areas, you need to be getting ready. If you guys are in those areas, you need to be in your safe space. Lowest and innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Very serious situation that we have on hand. Stantonville. Where is Stanton? It's along here. Is this thing doing it yet? It's very close. Springfield, need to be in your safe space. Lowest and innermost part of your building. Okay, anyway. I was saying. Near Mississippi. Okay, that adds. In fact, I'll drop back on that really quickly. There's Stantonville. You guys are not in the tornado warning. And this is still very weakly rotating. I wouldn't be too concerned about this, but if you are in Corinth, Kossuth, Winnesoga, Mitchie, you guys need to be in your safe space. Mitchie, Tennessee, Corinth, Mississippi, those areas. Along the border. You need to be taking your tornado precautions, although I would not be too concerned right now about the harm of life or property. It did turn right. Now hang on a minute. It did turn right. Barely. But now this thing could be going straight east, which is bad news. Alright, none of these cameras are still particularly useful. That's good. There's a lot of people down in Nashville right now that are probably wondering why are there sirens and stuff going off. I wonder... Earth cam. I don't want to watch an advertisement. Yeah, it's weakening, but well, here's your constructive merger. If it's going to happen, it'll be this. That's weak enough that it won't inhibit the storm itself if it merges. North cell's getting tighter too. Yeah, that's a classic power shower right there. That I'm surprised that's not producing it. It might be. You might just not be able to tell. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with that answer. It might be. You might just not be able to tell. We'll find out in a minute here because it's about to go through Springfield and the southern suburbs. Like I said, if you're in Springfield and Cross Plains, you guys need to be in your safe spaces, underground or lowest airmost part of your building. Okay, thankfully it's not going straight east, but it did wobble right. Well, there. Maybe? There's your tornado. All right. So Springfield was down. Um, Classic power shower type of tornado. There's a new tornado warning, so I'll lay out for just a second.
Tornado warning for northwestern Sumner County in Middle Tennessee, central Robertson County in Middle Tennessee.
Sumner, Robertson County. Yeah, this storm. Like I said, this is a classic power shower, so this storm is produced, and that's also a PDS. Why did you PDS this? Why? Okay, well, that's a particularly dangerous situation. Tornado warning for Springfield, Portland, Cross Plains, White House along United States Interstate 65. And as this continues off towards the north and east, I wouldn't be surprised if this continues at the pace that it's at. This is a radar indicated rotation, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. Parenthesis, question mark, close parenthesis. Near Springfield. So you do need to be watching out for that. I would advise getting into your shelters if you guys are in these areas. And do note that there is the possibility of a tornado, maybe a strong tornado, in this warning area. All right, now I may be a nerd, but Actually, there's no but to that sentence. I may be a nerd. Period, end sentence. But if these mergers do what I think they're going to do, hang on. I need to reference something just super fast. Daylight is dwindling very quickly as well. That's also not good for the fact that there are going to be tornadoes in the next few hours because you can't see them. Changing sector. That's not helpful. That's a bit more helpful. So those are carrying 3 cape with them, but no Vord. That's weird. Okay, never mind. Never mind. They're carrying Vord. I was wrong. Again. Okay, so the fact that this is... Yeah, that's exactly what I was concerned about. So the fact that this is surging now is not a great sign, although it does look like it will go north of the main areas of Nashville. So that's good news. That's a tornado, and a bigger one at that than it once was. Also wobbling right. Springfield, you guys are now out of it. You're going to deal with some rain for the next little bit, but you guys are out of it if you haven't sustained any damage. You are basically in the clear. Cross Plains, White House, Portland, Mitchellville as well. You guys need to be in your tornado shelters, underground or lowest most part of your building. I was saying, the storm down here, if it wobbles anymore, oh dear. So it's consolidating, and it...
Tornado warning for southeastern Shelby County in central Kentucky, north central Anderson County in central Kentucky,
So that's a total...
Franklin County in central Kentucky.
Central Kentucky? Huh? Franklin County in central... No way, they didn't win that. Central Kentucky... I didn't hear Logan County. Excuse me? Why are... Okay, forgive me for just a second. Franklin County. Frankfurt? What in the world? Why are you warning that? That's a tornado warning for Frankfurt and Waddy. South and west of Stamping Ground, west of Georgetown on Interstate 64. If you guys are in that area, you need to be taken to your tornado shelters. That's along United States Route 60 and intersecting with 421 in Frankfurt and as well as 127 east of Shelbyville. You guys need to be in your safe space. With all due respect, I'm not going to take too much time to cover that. So my concern now remains with the fact that this is consolidated significantly in the last scan and just dipped east, southeast almost. Like east, 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 southeast. But the problem is it doesn't have much room to give before you start getting into the suburbs of Nashville. So my concern now sits with the fact that we are going to not only... The tornado is here. And it's coming right down State Route 12. My concern now sits with the fact that we are going to be dealing with them scraping the northern suburbs of Nashville as well as into Hendersonville. Not only eating the... It's not going to just eat the trees up here. Which is extremely concerning. Huh. Alright. That's good news. It looks like it just broke off from that. But I wonder what this is going to do to it. We'll see. Still a tornado ongoing east of Springfield. Cross Plains along Interstate 65. Need to be in your safe spaces. Lowest innermost part of your building. That's adjacent areas of Portland and Mitchellville. Still rotation there, and with height, it's still there as well. It just got a lot weaker. So I wonder if the merger here with these showers is going to help it. line up again with the mesocyclones? That is my question now. So we'll see. I'm gonna try and see if I can find a webcam, maybe. Unhelpful. Really? Oh, good. Joy. That's Dallas. Why am I getting Venice? Oh, the camera's offline. That's helpful. Man, I cannot win today with webcams, except for the fact that we saw a tornado with one of them. Gonna come back to these once more. Man, these people need to find a shelter, man. I don't care that it doesn't look like it's producing right now. They can't take that chance. Still a PDS tornado warning. Still a tornado up there as well. Continuing to be that way. It has definitely turned right. So, and that's going to stick. So it's going to wobble a little bit more south. Hendersonville, you are on deck most certainly. Goodlettsville as well. In the event that it wobbles left again, Goodlettsville is going to be under the going to be a concerning situation. Look at Tupelo, Mississippi. I will briefly, but I don't have too much time. A lot of isolated development. Doesn't look like anything too significant. A tornado warning that was for Corinth has been either allowed to expire or canceled. I'm going to opt for the allowed to expire because it's half past the hour. Um, so Springfield Cross Plains there. This is consolidating itself again. Gonna send C.cams. I've tried. It's just giving me all sorts of problems right now. I can't tell. I don't think that is. Thankfully speaking. I hear the guys in the other room talking about a tornado down somewhere. That is a mini storm, a baby cell. What about this? That's still got it. It can still do it. See what happens with these showers and storms. This is a bigger concern to Nashville directly. This storm back by Kingston Springs, White Bluff again. Need to be watching out for that if you are in downtown Nashville. Okay, I'm already up to. Okay. So yes. Hendersonville, I still believe, and I'm gonna wait for the new scan. Not like it really makes a difference at this point, but I still believe you all have a fairly significant chance of having the storm run right up your way, right up the United States Route Highway, United States Highway, excuse me, 31E. Could run up right that way at this point, since it has wobbled a little bit back to the south. I do think, though, that this thing is. No, it's not. Well, that's your new scan. It's wobbling more south. That's still a tornado up there. So, no, it's not. Maybe it is. Yeah, it is. Which is interesting because that is so flatlined at this point. I don't really know why they went PDS on that to begin with. Yeah, this thing is on the struggle bus right now, which is good, very good. And a merge did not occur. That is what I was hoping for, and that is what has occurred currently. Hope it stands that way. Progression of this supercell has been very interesting. It's been dealing with a lot of storm scale problems. Um, um, the storm itself is struggling because of, at this point, um, the farther east you get, the worse the thermos are getting. And I think it ran into the area, or at least is running out. Let me revise that statement. Is running out of the area that has the best thermodynamics. Nashville's observation is 66 over 59. Yeah, no. So it's going to struggle a little bit. And it's trying to organize more, but
northeastern Davidson County in Middle Tennessee.
It's not having a great time.
Southern Sumner County in Middle Tennessee. Northwestern Wilson County in Middle Tennessee.
And there's your new tornado warning, also including Nashville, Hendersonville. Wait for the new warning polygon. Cross Plains. This thing is wobbling more south by the minute. It's turning right again, and that's a new PDS. So they decided to go with another PDS tornado warning on this. So Hendersonville, you guys are on tap. If you guys are in this area, as well as Goodlettsville, Millersville, Gallatin, you guys need to be in your safe space just to the north of Mount Juliet. Really, like I said, United States Route 31E. You need to be in your safe spaces. Lowest airmost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Struggle bus. Those mergers are still a ways out. And this storm's falling apart too. Wow. That's baffling to me. All right. So, because I'm just going to make a note of something. Um, so kind of baffling to me. 66 over 59 is the current observation in Nashville. And because the mixing ratio is so high compared to what it was supposed to be today, I think the storm is going upscale with everything else. All of this. It's just becoming one of the more of the same situation. Now, does this mean the tornado threat's done for? No, absolutely not. And the fact of the matter is that once you get a constructive merger from these showers down here, really much of anything is going to be a possibility. But right now, we are at right now we're kind of in a holding period with this storm. It's just not. It's got a great ZDR arc, and you can see that coming around the side, especially along I-24 and I-65. It's coming right down through the storm, and it's got a clear inflow slot. But because the dew points are so low relative to the surface temperature in the area, and I bet you it's gotten a little bit better because this is an observation that was taken at 22Z, which was 40 minutes ago. But I think because the I think because of the fact that not only are your shear vectors a little bit more parallel to the boundary, which doesn't help moisture. As a result, yeah, you can see down here specifically, got a decently sizable gap, and I think rain is going over this area. But you've got a decently sizable gap here in the surface dew point and the surface temperature. So, because of that, mixing ratio is a little bit higher leads to elevation, which is good news. Now, again, not over, and most certainly not over, because that rotation is still there and is still present. But I think it needs a merger to get anything going with it. Enhance the near storm environment. Get the thing spinning a little bit more because you can tell that it's struggling to really shove on the backside right now because the backside isn't a whole lot. This is a very small storm, relatively speaking. In fact, here, do I have HPX open still? No, I made it Louisville. Great tornado warning. I'm going to go back to HPX because I want to make a note of something. Also, why do they have two radars this close to each other? That doesn't make any sense to me. Anyway, I want to 3D this. No. Wait a second. Is that... Tornado warning continues for Frankfurt. I wonder if this pushed out an outflow boundary. Nah, that's not what I wanted. Okay. Wait a minute. So I'm going to go back to Nashville now, and I'm going to see, did this 3 it from here? So that way I'll actually be able to read it. It pushed out an outflow boundary. You can see the inflow notch here still. But I believe this thing pushed out an outflow boundary. So that's another reason that it's not having a great time. Nah, that's not what I wanted to do. Still no tornado on the ground. It's through most of Nashville. It's about to cross I-65. Just north of the U.S. Route 31E, Tennessee Route 155 interchange. About to cross over that area. About to head into Hendersonville. The velocities are upticking just a little bit. I wonder, it might have dropped. I believe it did. Yeah. Now, with that said, knowing that, back to this thing. Not helpful. Also not helpful. Where is the Henderson camera? Hendersonville, not Henderson. Yeah, no, it's just not. Okay, well. Man. Yeah, no, it's definitely there. I'm surprised it did this without a constructive merger. Regardless of that, Hendersonville, it need to be underground shelter now. Lowest innermost part of your building. I'm going to just cross-reference something really quickly. That is not what I wanted to do. And there is your tornado, I believe. Yes. So there is what I was referring to in terms of the RFD surge, that it did it without a constructive merger, which is pretty interesting. Significant situation for Hendersonville. If you're in Gallatin, Hendersonville along United States Route 31E, you'd be in your safe spaces, lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. So you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. I'm trying to get a little bit better clarity on what this thing is doing. I can't really do it from OHX on account of because it's right there. Mitchellville, Portland has been downgraded to a regular tornado warning. If you guys are in those areas, remain in your safe space, but the threat is diminishing at a rapid pace. So it dropped after I-65, or in between 24 and 65, rather. All right. It's on the ground, yeah. Airport Doppler, that's a fantastic point. I always forget about those. I'm just going to switch those. Yowza. Wow. Here's your new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for North Central Sumner County in Middle Tennessee, Northeastern Robertson County in Middle Tennessee.
And there's an extension of it. Excuse me. Extension of this. Extension of Portland. Okay, so now that, goodness gracious, now that I have a little bit of a clearer view on this, well, there's your ZDR. That's what I was talking about with the whole concept of the updraft being fairly clear cut, and it still is. The interesting thing to me is that this is taking a very similar structure as it did back by Clarksville. I wonder if the environment is similar at this point with the pushing east of the trough progression at this point. But this is a very
Tornado
significant
warning for
situation.
southeastern Simpson
Um,
County in south-central Kentucky, southwestern Allen County in south-central Kentucky.
What about Atlanta? Atlanta's in a marginal risk for this evening for the possible or rather the pushing east of these storms. I think I just did west. Yeah, pushing east of these storms. Not a huge concern there, although I would watch out for some damaging ones, maybe a brief tornado later on this evening. Yeah, there's your RFD surge that I was referring to. And I got back on track. Turned left and got back on track. So there's your occlusion process. And that is the result of this. I believe that is a PDS that is going to continue for Hendersonville, Gallatin. So they did not update it to a tornado emergency, which I think is just currently. 448, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Old Hickory, 10 miles northeast of Nashville, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation, as worded by the National Weather Service in Nashville, Tennessee. Along United States Route 31E, like I've been saying this whole time, is really the target path right now. So you guys need to be, if you are along those areas in the adjacent vicinity of Hendersonville or Gallatin. Gallatin is a larger area. You need to be in your safe space now, lowest innermost part of your building, and you have to note as well that this thing probably has the structure to go to distance at this point. You're looking up 11,000 feet at that point. The structure is still there. So consistently with height, it looks like it's in line with the mesocyclones are in line with each other, which is not good news if you live along this area or know anyone that lives there. It means probably this thing is going to go for a little bit now. I personally thought that it needed a constructive merger to get going, but it did not. And as a result, we have a very strong tornado that is currently on the ground in Hendersonville. About to go through a lot of residents. Folks, you got to spread this information with as many people as possible. Liking the stream helps me doing that. If you share it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, that way we can get this information out to the people that need it. Very important situation. The tornado is still going. CC is still going. You can see clear as day. Here's your drop off in ZDR, which indicates a lack of updraft, which would make sense because debris is falling to the ground in that area. Right up 31, right up 31E, excuse me. It's going to continue to push towards the north and east, pending a wobble or two, which aren't impossible. There's a new tornado warning that they issued an extension into Kentucky for this, east of Franklin, northwest of Adolphus, west of Scottsville. That's to the south and west of United States Route 231, adjacent to Scottsville. If you guys are in that area, you need to be in your underground shelters as well. One thing that's catching my... Are you really gonna... No, you're not. Where did you come from? Oh, that thing, okay. Yeah, thankfully this storm that looked like it was going to go into Nashville from Dixon has also turned to the east, north, and east, so it's going to miss Nashville as well, but is going to be impacting areas directly behind this tornado as well. So if you guys are going to deal with a tornado and then a subsequent storm right after that, you need to be on high alert for that and make sure you are planning for that. I'm going to just refer back to the terminal radar again. Still going. Been going since about between that. Yeah, right after it crossed 24. Boy. Keep them in your thoughts, folks. Keep them in your thoughts for sure. This is a significant situation. So much suburbia that lines this highway all the way up through Gallatin and then beyond. Man. Well, now these constructive mergers don't need to occur at this point. Seems to be weakening a little bit. It could be due to geographical things. There are a lot of hills out there, so that's something to consider. Just pull down my front. But overall, I don't think that the mountains are going to be too big of a prohibitor for this. That's there. Most certainly still there. Yikes. And there's your tornado emergency. Tornado emergency has been issued. Hendersonville, Gallatin. This is now a tornado emergency that's in effect for these areas adjacent to United States Route 31E. This is as serious as it gets, ladies and gents. And especially as this storm continues to move through a fairly unimpeded environment, it's going to continue to turn out a strong tornado, pending any conclusions of such, but as of right now, those are going to be very difficult to predict. So what we can say right now is the fact that we have a large and destructive tornado on the ground in Hendersonville. This is confirmed by radar and worded by the National Weather Service in Nashville, Tennessee. A confirmed large and destructive tornado is located over Hendersonville, 10 miles southwest of Gallatin, moving east at 40 miles an hour. Tornado emergency for Gallatin and Hendersonville. Folks, very serious situation that we have ongoing. If you guys are in the areas of Hendersonville and Gallatin, the time in Hendersonville is too late. If you're in Gallatin, you got to get underground now. Lowest innermost part of your building. Storm cellar basement is the best chance that you get to survive. If you're in Castalian Springs, which is just to the east of Gallatin on State Route 25, United States Route 231, you need to be in your underground shelters there as well. Very significant situation we have ongoing. I'm going to take a moment to look over here, and it does look like it is struggling with geographical fluctuation, but regardless, we have a strong to violent tornado on the ground right now in Hendersonville, and that's something that needs to be taken with the utmost caution and seriousness. Folks in those areas, the time is now, or the time will not be at any point ever. You need to be in your tornado shelters now, particularly along the areas of United States Route 31. I'll keep talking about that. United States Route 31E, to be specific. Make sure we're spreading this information with the people that need it as well. I don't care if it's about the stream or if you're just saying word of mouth. Strong, violent tornado on the ground near Gallatin, Tennessee. You need to get the information out in one way or another, whichever means that you so choose to do so is any help to us. Cars flipped on I-65. It's a rough scene. Oh dear, we might have could be really bad. The backs on flip side of everything could be really significant. Reports of it being a mile wide. Yeah, so a chance to 3D. I can, but I have to go to Fort Campbell. Huh. Well, that's a supercell, most certainly. You can see the inflow notch. It's not the strongest one I've seen, though. Yeah, so this thing's got enough to go the distance. All the way up 31E. And it is basically lining the road as we speak. Big area of spectrum width there. You can see on HPX radar from Fort Campbell, Kentucky. I'm trying to gauge a perspective on what storm structure is because obviously you can see the storm structure. It's a ridiculous supercell, but it's a little bit harder to tell when we're looking up 300 feet, 200 feet. I do think though that yeah, this has no reason to not continue until it either hits a destructive merger, which will not be anytime soon, or it ends up running out of energy to work with. And even then, you could still get it going for a little bit longer after that. Um, the oh man, you cannot see a thing like that. Well, there's your rotation at about 500 feet. The odds that you can't clock that's just because of the radar maybe, but I was gonna say the odds that you can't clock the velocities here are either due to the radar or the fact that slinging debris all throughout that area. But I think it is due to the radar because you can see there's clear pixels even on correlation coefficient, which is indicating that we still have a significant tornado ongoing, really, between Hendersonville and Gallatin, and beyond that, look at all this fanning, folks. It's being shot out the northern side of the storm and all the way up to the north and east. So that's another thing to ponder. I wonder if they turned on faster scanning or if that's just an anomaly. I guess we'll find out. The don't have a shelter. I'm in Lafayette. They did turn on faster scanning. Thank you. You've got a couple choices. One, you can, if you know of a storm cellar in your town, you can drive around to get to that point. You've got some time. If you know of a cellar in your town, I would go for it. If you don't know of a cellar in your town, I'm not making that judgment call. Actually, I am making that judgment call. If you don't have a cellar in your town and you want to avoid it in any means possible, drive west. Drive west. Get as close to Westmoreland as you can. Westmoreland, you may deal with some heavy rain, but the tornado threat is running right up United States Route 31E, and eventually, once it goes east of that, it'll be splitting the gap, going across State Route 10 and up towards Lafayette. So, what I would do if I'm you, if you know of a shelter that you can get to, then I would get to it. But if you can't, get in your car with whatever loved ones you need and their valuables like medication and the basic things, and drive west. Like I said, you may encounter some heavy rain, but that is not as bad as the alternative. One of the alternatives, rather. Still a strong tornado ongoing. Holy crap. Oh my goodness. Oh man. All credit to Weather Nation here. We're yet there's your tornado. And here's a video. That's not what I wanted. And I'll look through these in a moment. But here's the video of your tornado. Goodness gracious. And the power cuts here because I'm sure it exploded something. And there's your fire. And you can see the smoke getting picked up and carried with it because of the winds of the tornado. Goodness gracious, folks. That's exactly what I just saw. And thank you. And thank you again. And yeah, there you go. It's dark, but you can see it. It's there. It's a cone. So I wonder actually what the shape of this thing is at this point. I'm going to drop back to the radar here. It does look like it's weakening a bit. Just a bit. And still has the upper level structure to go the distance, but it is weakening a little bit. You can see the supercell structure clearly present. Correlation coefficient also still clearly present. As this thing pushes off towards the north and east, it is going to start to run out of energy, but I do not bank on that happening until you get closer towards, I would say, Jackson County, Clay County. Roughly that spot. Weather Service office in Nashville's on generator power. I don't doubt that because you saw that. Yep. And thank you to everybody for mentioning me. That is helpful. As much as I sometimes forget to look, it is very much appreciated. Injuries reported in Hendersonville via scanner traffic. Yeah, it's unavoidable. Keep them in your thoughts, folks. This is metro area that has not had great tornado luck over the years. And once again, ending up on the brunt end of it. Still your tornado ongoing. Gallatin, south of Gallatin, it doesn't matter. There's still a lot of residents there. You be in your tornado shelters now. This is a tornado emergency. Tornadoes confirmed large and destructive. Well, on the topic of debris fanning, we're about to see some ridiculous fanning off to the north and east here. Towards Westmoreland specifically, I'm thinking. Major damage on cop extremely. Hold up. Oh dear. This was what I was not hoping for today, and part of the reason that we actually stayed back is due to the fact that it looked like we were going to either end up in way North Kentucky, or we were going to end up in Nashville. And Nashville would not be a great place to drive through right now. I guarantee it. Hmm. That's contaminated. It is still there, but it is weakening, so do bear that in mind. Still going through Gallatin right now. And you can see a lot of residents where it is passing through. Man. Oh, that's important. Let's see, new velocity scan here in a second. Y'all, I don't know if this is gonna. This may not get to anyone, and that's okay. I'm gonna try. Um, if you know anyone with first responder experience around Nashville, try to get them there. Either by volunteer, local volunteer areas, or by themselves. They need help. That might help. Oh dear. So here's your upscale storms. These are non-tornadic at this point. I'm just gonna really quickly, folks, just confirm my thought. Yeah, weekly rotating, anticyclonically rotating. That's nice. Weekly rotating, weekly rotating, weekly. Yeah, no. Okay, that may not be so weak. For you. Weekly rotating. That's what you are. And a hailer at that. Wow, that's a lot of hail. That's not realistic, but could see hail of up to, I'd say, probably golf ball size here in this forward flank near Raleigh, Mississippi. Okay, back to the matter at hand. That's lining up to be a nice merger. Although, might cloud the inflow notch just a little bit. You can see this, the eastern part extending out as well a little bit. So whilst this comes in, might cloud the inflow notch in around here for just a moment. That should not be too destructive. My bigger thought for a destructive merger, that's a PDS.
Southeastern Sumner County in Middle Tennessee, southwestern Macon County in Middle Tennessee, Turrisdale County in Middle Tennessee.
Downstream PDS. So this is for Truesdale County, Sumner County, Macon County. Castalian Springs, Hartsville, Bethpage, south of Westmoreland. For that person that was talking about Lafayette, southwest of Lafayette.
Tornado warning for Allen County in south central Kentucky.
Anyway, my bigger thought for a destructive merger is this storm running right up behind it. That thing has pace on this storm, and this thing could get to behind this by as soon as United States Route 231, which would be the best case scenario because that's about the only way this thing gets stopped until it runs out of instability. And right now, yeah, I checked. This is the only thing we've got right now. That got deleted. Huh. That. Ouch. That's an ouch. And it fixed the mixing issue, too. That is a major ouch. All right, well, here's your destructive merger. This thing is about to occlude. You can tell it's starting to turn a little bit more left. The tornado itself is starting to turn a little bit more left. But here's your destructive merger. Back behind this, unless this has a jutting edge that comes around, this storm behind it in Gallatin can end this one. We need a... Could have maybe gone moderate? No. 10 sig was right. Why do I say 10 sig was right? The two significant tornadoes that we've had today, 1 and 2, they have nailed the spot and they nailed the risk. There have been 2 tornadoes today that they did a good job. SBC did a great job. God, my wrist is starting to compensate for my hand driving into the corner of my desk because of where my mouse is and where my hands are. I need to move up just a little bit. That's a little bit better. I wonder if I'm too high up now. I guess I'll find out here in just a second. And the answer is no. So the tornado's still ongoing. It looks reasonably weaker, though. And what I was talking about with that destructive merger coming in behind it, yeah, it's doing exactly that. Racing up right behind it. It's on the doorstep. This forward flank is about to intercept with the forward flank here. And when that happens, hypothetically, so yeah, you can see here it's trying to latch on. That should, in theory, drag the storm back and cause the tornado, if there's still one, to occlude. Now, is the tornado off the ground? I don't believe so, and the answer is no. No, the answer is no. The answer is definitively no. So, when the tornado occludes, if it occludes, it's going to slingshot itself back north across the state highway 25. If it's not north of that point yet. And what I think could result from that, there's 2 things that happen from that after the fact. One, this storm somehow becomes dominant, which I don't understand how it would currently. You've got a lot of ZDR with the back end of this thing, but nothing that would suggest it's currently anywhere close to producing a tornado. Or this thing somehow lives through the merger, which I find very unlikely. Gallatin, yes. Gallatin did take a direct hit. Southern side of the town. There's nothing else right now to be concerned about other than that. That's a tornado. No? Maybe? It's very close. It may not be. Question mark, question mark. I don't think... I'm going to lean towards no. Yeah, no. I'm going to lean towards no. Good ZDR on it, though. Another power shower, like I was saying. The reason there's a tornado warning on it for Scottsville. If you're in Scottsville, you need to be underground or in the lowest innermost part of your building. Bathroom or closet, interior room without any windows. And yeah, I think I'm going to stick with what I was saying about this thing's going to occlude north. It's probably going to turn like so. Yet, no, but soon. Rotation is weakened significantly. Is the Gallatin storm going to absorb the rain behind it, or is it just Debris. Eh? This is rain. Any debris would be up this way, and I'm surprised there's not more, but oh my goodness. There's your debris. I'm gonna let y'all watch. There's from the first, there's from... Wow. Hendersonville, forms, slingshot, slingshot, slingshot. Holy crap. All of this. Anyway, the rotation is weakened significantly, and I think that this storm is just going to absorb this one, and you can see kind of the theme throughout, and it's starting to turn north, like I said. Starting to turn a little bit, curl off to the north as the storm absorbs it. This is the end of this. This is your upscale growth here. Any event that's going to occur beyond the top of this coming hour, anything that's going to occur is going to be... I think that's still producing a tornado north of Castalian Springs. Open fields, thankfully. Maybe a couple houses. Some more up there. It's not that strong. It shouldn't be that strong. And this should all become just part of the line that's going to congeal and form and go east. So hopefully, momentarily, this will be the end of that, which would be good. More photos from Clarksville. That's a yard, okay. Oh, that's a... Sorry, that was a building. It's a weak tornado still occluding. There's your occlusion process to the north and east. And this will be the end of this very, very shortly, I believe. Truthfully. No. Okay. Take a second. Deep breaths, folks. We're here. We're with it. And these people need help. So I'm going to start looking through my mentions. This is the exact new residence area that they were talking about. Same spot, roughly. From Jordan Hall. And shortly, 2 flashes, bigger one, and there's your explosion. Wow. Just... And then the smoke gets dragged with the tornado. That is... If I'd known better, I would have hoped that this wasn't real. That's insane. Right here. So that's a house that collapsed in on itself. Hurts. Hurts a lot. And it's going to be absorbed. And that is not the end of that quite yet. That's nice. So that's still, that's probably a rope right there in between Tennessee 10 and US 231. But it's painful. Yeah, bringing daylight on this is not going to be fun. And for a a city, a metro. Just got a text from Nate. Forgive me. For a metro that has had awful tornado luck over the past few years. I feel like we're unfortunate and doesn't touch down every time, but I feel like more often than not we're saying their name in tornado warnings, whether or not something happens with them. And that's the end of that. Upscale, moving out. We're done here. Still a mesocyclone, but I don't. This is very upscale. That just hasn't updated in 5 years or minutes, whichever one. It's the same measure of time, roughly. Still on the ground? I don't believe so. I don't have reason to believe that this is still going. May it drop again briefly? Possibly. But as of right now, I have no reason to believe this is still ongoing. When is the 1.3 tilt gonna update itself? That adds up. That's including into the, yeah, no, I don't think. At least not as of right now. It's another weakly rotating storm near Thompson Station, south of Nashville, near Murfreesboro. I'm going to take the moment to just kind of do a okay, that's not cool. Holy crap. It's just for me. Gotta figure something. Weakly rotating, anticyclonically rotating, weakly rotating. Why are cells firing in Louisiana now? That's way farther west than I was expecting. Where's that real? That's in the general risk. And there's some outside of the general. Well, I suppose that's kind of what happens when you have an elongated trough like there, elongated front like this. Just have forcing out the yazoo. the Wazoo, yeah, whatever the. I'm gonna say Yazoo because it's different. I might be trying to do it again briefly. Realistically, folks, this is not a long-term structure. Let's just follow this thing. This is not, yeah, no, I don't think this is all favorable for a long-term structure, but it is something to still be monitored. It's the same hook. Um, the rating is people need help. Yeah, no pre-rating. Enough. Please and thank you. And I know people don't intentionally do that, but sensitivity, folks. Sensitivity to the situation. The rating is people need help. Yes, that is correct. How's school going? Not bad. Finals week is on the doorstep, so I'm not excited, but should be all right. It's rotating power showers again. Not a long-term thing, thankfully. It's kind of an idle at this point. There. Um, Yikes. It's also a lot of new development, it looks like. It's Clarksville. That's way earlier. So this is all credit to Team Bolt on Twitter at TeamBoltWX. You can see the watermark up here. Full respect to them, this is their footage. Yikes. It's from earlier, I believe. No, that's Hendersonville, excuse me. I can't say I've ever seen something like that. Man, that's insane. And destructive merger incoming. Okay. Velocity is also just weakened again. Okay, so it's a good point by Trevor about EF5s. And you really for EF5s, you need to have is basically under the assumption that you're in a metro area and there's nothing left of a certain spot, certain building, which okay, I'll be fair here. There have been tornadoes since 2013 that have justified that rating. But beyond that, you have to consider where the tornado is hitting, how the damage occurred. Like, there's a reason that people are paid money to do this. GIS folks are paid money to do this. Smyrna. That sounds familiar. Smyrna. And that's because that is to the south and east of Nashville. Yeah, you guys might see some showers or thunderstorms. This storm is weakly rotating heading up towards you guys, but not too big of a concern on the grand scheme of things. So you should be all right mostly. You may have some severe thunderstorms capable of producing damaging winds up to 60, 65 miles an hour moving through. But beyond that, I wouldn't expect all too much. What in the world? Really? Nah, that's Contam. Is it Contam? It's this. That's bad for my mental health. I'm gonna stop looking. It'll be 2 years since Mayfield. Yes, but Mayfield occurred at like 1 in the morning. So 1 in the morning the next day. So you have to keep that in mind as well. But yes, that's anniversary of that outbreak, which was wild. I'm not going to talk about. This is something I refuse to go into just because of how much it peeves me. I'm not going to talk about what tornadoes did or did not deserve an EF5 rating. All I'm going to say is that it has to do with funding and it has to do with location. Not many government agencies want to give out the money that would compensate people for an EF5 tornado. Substantially less that they have to pay the folks that got impacted for an EF4 versus an EF5. I leave my comments there. When do we think this was on the ground? Well, it could have bounced up and down, but 20, 30 minutes ultimately. Let's see. So it dropped in between 24 and 65 here in North Nashville. 2240. And. Oh, no, more than 20, 30 minutes. Wow, I lost track of time. 45 minutes? Maybe a slight bit more than that, but I'll say 45 minutes. I lose track of time so quickly when I get involved in stuff like this. It's like when when the weather's boring, this time moves so slowly here at the desk. But when this is going quickly on outbreak days and such, I lose track of time really quickly. 20 minutes will feel like 2 hours, or excuse me, the other way around. 2 hours will feel like 20 minutes. Um, Extensive structural damage all across Hendersonville per a source. And tornado warning is gone. So we have that thing to watch still, which is kind of amusing and very low topped. And also got all the problems in the world with cell mergers. But other than that, looks majority upscale. We have currently no tornado warnings in effect. Breathe. Enough with the pre-rating, y'all. I can go on and on and on about it. I choose not to because I can use y'all's time here watching this stream a little bit better than that. How to produce? Well, and frankly, this caught me off guard because I was under the assumption that we would need a constructive merger to get this thing going. But back about 50 minutes ago, after this thing clouded up its arc too much, it shed a little bit and then cycled back around and got really good going on the backside of the RFD here, which I actually didn't notice in the moment because I was under the assumption that after this scan, specifically, that it would take a minute. Lo and behold, spun up that quickly. Reminds me a lot of Fultondale, Alabama, 2020, late 2020, if you remember that. Old folks remember that. Only 90s kids will remember that one. Anyway, it spun up really quickly. EF3, Northern Birmingham suburbs of Alabama. I may have the timeline slightly wrong, but those who know what I'm talking about will know what I'm talking about. Okay, so in the words that I have from Nate, and I'll read his direct text, I'm going to be very late. My players got into another huge fight. So for context, the last time that his players got into a fight in a hockey game, he has to call every parent of every player and explain to them the situation. Not fun. So it'll take him a bit. We'll see where I'm at. We're approaching 0Z. We'll see where I'm at regarding how much longer we should stream. We'll see. We'll see. What's the black blanket in front of the front? I beg your pardon? What are you referring to? There's something here. This is chaos, and I'm sorry, but checking a bit when things pick up again in the next few hours. Sounds good. All right, let's see at this point. I'm going to scroll through this again really quickly, and then we're going to look. Wow. Well, there's perspective on the tornado. Springfield, Tennessee. That sounds familiar. Should sound familiar, I bet. Hmm. Okay. Anyway. What was I saying? No, 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 no. Nate is not watching a game. He's coaching a game. So, there's that. Northwest of Mount Pleasant. You're not talking about that, are you? No, you're not. If anything, I'd be more concerned about this one. But even then, it's going to be absorbed by everything pretty soon. It's a lot of upscale activity at this point, folks. A lot of strong damaging winds throughout the area. That's not what I wanted. Throughout the area. So, what do we got the rest of the night? Over here, let's do this and do that. Okay. So, this is 5 p.m. my time, 6 p.m., 7 p.m. That doesn't make any sense. What's going on back there now? It's this storm that they want to do that. That's going to be a lot of large hail. Let's see. Yeah, that's a whole lot of large hail, given your 3 Cape situation. Is there any info about the Gallatin Municipal Airport because it got hit by the Henderson tornado? I do not have any information on that as we speak. Wow. Really?
Tornado warning for northwestern Clay County in Middle Tennessee, eastern Macon County in Middle Tennessee.
Of course you would. Of course you did that. I suppose you don't take the chance at this point. Right? I figure. It's a long warning. Red Boiling Springs, Hermitage Springs along Tennessee Route 1052 and 80. As well as Salino way down the road. You need to be in your safe spaces, lowest most part of your building. Not too much of a threat as of right now, but could possibly produce some spin-up tornadoes here down the line. Possibly, I say. So this is 6 p.m., 7 p.m., 8 p.m. You see a lot of linear activity. You have one discrete storm in western Alabama. That's going to produce some large hail. That's very nice. You know what? I have no regrets. Yeah, no, the tornado threat's most of the way gone. Take it out in the near proximity of that storm. That's kind of... That's okay, but it's contaminated and stuff like that. So, yeah, main point that we got a lot of upscale activity to come. So likely the tornado threat is mostly moot at this point. Taking near proximity sounding of that. That's okay. It's just a little crosswise at 3 to 6, which actually would help mesocyclone sustainability, but you've got no energy there. Um, anyway, sorry. Um, Look at Murfreesboro. Oh dear. Not surprised, also not concerned. Be a rough time trying to get anything going with that storm. And in its current state, it would be a rough time trying to get anything going. Huntsville radar could see the CCs as it was going over Hendersonville, yeah. Roughly 9,000 feet up, that would add up. Keep an eye on that. How bad do you think these tornadoes have been? No comment. Reasons already explained. Sent you more footage.
Oh my god!
So loud. There's your fire. Yeah, you are going inside. Good idea. The level of human intellect sometimes, and I'm not one to talk because I chase these things when I can, but the level of human intellect when it comes to, let's go into our tornado shelters, but still record it. You out of your mind. Live in Boone County, Kentucky, 20 miles south, or 20 minutes south of Cincy. Rain. That is what you should expect. You should expect crap ton of rain later on as it moves up towards your area. Maybe not even that much, but you should be expecting some rain to move through your area in the nearer term, especially as this storm turns the corner and starts to become more of a nor'easter. So let's look at that, actually. I'm curious as to how that'll transition. Go over here. Let's look at tomorrow's severe weather, if any exists. And that is great. Great tutor. That is so mid-Atlantic. That is as mid-Atlantic as it gets. And I'm cheating because I don't. It's going to be going this way. Yeah, that's as mid-Atlantic as it gets. Roughly 1 degree of veering, directionally speaking. Fully saturated profile, and all the shear you would ever need ever. Anyway, the nor'easter tomorrow is going to start to take shape because this is going to be aided by a subtropical low, and that's going to dump snow in Jersey. Is that? No, that's rain. What? Oh, there you go. So it's going to turn the corner, become a little bit more negatively tilted, and it's going to shove off into the New England area. Lots of snow that you could expect, really, if you're in the Pennsylvania, New York, upstate areas. Upstate Pennsylvania, central PA. And just for an idea of how much snow you could see, once it does turn the corner on the backside, it is going to fall at a pretty quick rate. Will you see this much? Unlikely. But positive depth change. Yeah, there you go. That's a bit more realistic. So you can see a few inches, unless you get farther up into the mountains and the upper elevations in the Northeast, like Vermont, New Hampshire. Of course, you can see a little bit more than that because that's always what happens up there with these nor'easters. Get a lot of cold air punching in from the back from Canada, and just all the way through. Before I say this, I'm just going to make it very clear that I'm only talking at a direct group, at a very specific group of people that does not include the vast majority, but y'all are really good at listening to instructions. Pre-rate. Never mind, I've already talked about it. Yeah, same idea. Look. So after this event moves through, it is going to snow back. Leave it to me to not be home when it snows actually decently in my home state. Great. Anyway. A lot of high pressure is going to take over the majority of the continental United States this upcoming week. Should make for a very nice week. That's interesting Gulf-aided moisture stuff in the southern portions of the state, and another nor'easter. Okay, well, oh man, look at the gradient on that. Hold up. Wow, look at that. Just all the wind shear with this thing, and height anomalies say, yeah, wow. So it's a new tornado warning, so listen in.
Tornado warning for East Central Wayne County in Middle Tennessee, Northern Lawrence County in Middle Tennessee.
They do that thing. Lawrence County, Wayne County. New, not that. It's this. I thought those were weekly rotating, and in fairness, they were. But now it's not quite so weak. I need to move one of my radars. That's in a 4 radar hole. Thank you. I can either do Huntsville or I do Huntsville. So this is a tornado warning for Lawrenceburg, and what looks to be a very high precipitation storm. Got CDR column though, and you do have a little bit of rotation as indicated by the greens moving towards the radar and the grays moving away. So south and east of Waynesboro, north of Collinwood, way west of Lawrenceburg, although you are in the warning as well, way to the west-southwest of Etheridge, southwest of Summertown. those are the areas that are in this tornado warning. And if you guys are in these areas, you need to be in your safe spaces. Lowest or most part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Is this going to cross United States Route 64? Can't tell if that's a 6 or an 8. I believe it's a 6. It is a 6. Between Waynesboro and Lawrenceburg. And beyond that, it's going to go through a lot of very rural area, which is good news. It's past the areas of Collinwood and Waynesboro. Etheridge, like I said, if you guys are there, you need to be taking to your tornado shelters, getting into your safe space, lowest or most part of your building. Couple storms now that are starting to get a little bit better in the rotation standpoint. This one might be interesting. I wonder if it's going to merge, though, with the line before it gets a chance to do anything. Because it is moving kind of this way. Well, not so much that way, but it's kind of moving this way while these move this way. So we'll see what goes on with that. I want to touch back up on that tornado warning that's near Lafayette. And I know that we've been mentioning that for really the Kingdom Come. That is occluding into Kentucky as we speak. And as it stands, it's a broad rotation. And no, okay. That is not a tornado. So there you go. As occluding into Kentucky, we're probably going to get an extension of a tornado warning here. It would be Tompkinsville, Burkesville, that I would expect of Monroe and Cumberland counties in southern Kentucky. Beyond that, though, I don't expect anything too significant from this storm. It is growing upscale very quickly. It's a Twitter mention. That's not what I wanted. That's wood. That's wood. Is that wood or is that brick? I think it's wood. Because it hasn't crumbled. I think brick would crumble more than it. Rutherford, and I want the fire department. This thing, I think. No, that would be no. What do I want then? Fire department. That's what I wanted. It doesn't look like there's much brick. I mean, there's some there. So there's that. I doubt that vending machine is still there. Yeah, that's where it was brick, and that's still held up. So that's something to note as well. So the area of the fire department that was actually well structured held up. Weird how that works. Back up on this, same old story. These are still weekly rotating. All three of these storms look like they have interesting potential. I'm going to gauge how much longer we've got going on with this. And then depending on what I think we've got going on, I'll probably stay on until the tornado warnings expire. Because at this point the environment is favorable for upscale growth. And I also have work to tend to, so we'll see what happens. That was nice, Morgan. Way to go. Just in case chat was hungry. I haven't. Look, here's the timeline of my day. I woke up at noon. Slept all right. Woke up at noon. Heard they were talking about streaming. I also directly heard Riley say, "I'll go wake Morgan up," and then I yelled at him, "I'm fine." And since then, I have sat in this chair, which is actually fairly comfortable. I bought it on Amazon on Cyber Monday. And I have been doing this all day. Which is the first time in a long time that I've been sitting in front of the desk for a whole day for severe weather coverage. Primarily because nothing has happened. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Monroe County in south central Kentucky, central Cumberland County in south central Kentucky.
Yeah, it's there. That's exactly what it is. And I don't need to wait for the polygon to pop up on the screen. I know it's gonna cover a little bit north of here, Tompkinsville, Gamaliel, Vernon, Burkesville. Very nice. There's your tornado warning. Enjoy your day. That's until 6:30 my time. So, lies in the same amount of time. Nah, that's not. Inflow. Strong inflow, I'll bet. What in the world is that thing that's occluding so quickly? Oh, man. Okay. Forgive me for taking a breath. That 1 hour stretch of Nashville happening, 1.5 hour stretch actually of Nashville happening was a lot. I think. I respect that. Yeah, there's brick there, so that's where it held up better. Just reload my feed. So we got thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. My feed is great. Holy crap. Yeah, that's pretty good. I and that's from 2 p.m. when Clarksville was happening. Yeah, that's nice. For that time of day, too. Goodness. Credit to Jaden Pappenheim here. So this just popped up. That's a large tornado. That was Ashland City. So if that's the case, uh, that was this. Okay. I was gonna say it's no way it's that, right? Yeah, no, it's not. It's this. So that was that tornado. That's a great photo there. All credit goes to him. I can't wait to read the Passan essay later on. And Hendersonville, yay, great. Not great at all, actually. Continues, continues, continues. Yipty skipty. Why? No. Are you serious? Okay, this radar's not useful anymore. The ZDR's not as good as I would expect it to be. I want the Jackson profile. That's still a funny image. About -0 streamwise vorticity there. Got a little bit bigger depending on the divergence aloft in that area to try and force the tornado to the ground. I'm not banking on that. At least not right now. Good to hear that your family near Clarksville is good. Hope everyone they know is that same way. Things still weekly going. Weekly. Sorry, I'm looking at something really quickly. Anyway, so there's a couple storms up here with weak rotation, especially near the Mount Pleasant area. That one actually has since kind of not like rotating. Lawrenceburg still has the tornado warning, although I'm not too particularly concerned about that. And that had good rotation is fanning out, so you can kind of actually see an outflow boundary going out the wazoo here. So I'll probably end it at half past the hour because this point we're starting to get into the time period where everything's going upscale and such. I think I want to get myself some food sooner than later as well. Bay Springs. Okay, well, this is not Bay Springs. Oh, world is Bay Springs. I doubt. I doubt. I mean, it is then riddle me that. Because I don't see it currently. If it was hail or not. Yeah. Well, generally, you'll be able to tell a little bit more of a consolidated signature when it's a tornado versus not. And another thing is you can line it up with the rotation. So here I'll circle. Here's where the rotation is. And for other reference, I'll circle where the associated forward flank should be. And you'll see that when you line up the CC, you're kind of in the middle of both. But mostly that's in where the forward flank would be. So it could be indicative of large hail. It could be indicative of very, very heavy rain. Although I doubt. Probably be more indicative of large hail than anything else. But where you see the rotation is, ain't much there. And it's frustrating because the products in the weirder storms, what you'll generally see is actually in the more hail producers, what you'll generally see is hail in the RFD of a storm. And then especially when there's strong rotation, you're kind of going, oh, what am I supposed to do with this? But generally, that time as well, you'll be able to see some contamination with the velocity signature as well. So that'll kind of give it away. Go on endless rants about people and their anyway. Weakly rotating, even weaker than it was before. That's not great. That could get tornado warned, which would be extremely inconvenient. Well, that also Also about to undergo a merger. Man. Florence, yeah. Looking at that right now. You are looking up 8,000 feet, though, so that's also something to consider about. CDR column, at least. We'll see about that. Tornado warnings expire in 10 minutes. If nothing else looks like imminent and producing, I'm probably going to get off to tend to some things for me. That tornado warning for Tompkinsville will continue. I appreciate all y'all tuning in, helping me spread the word. A little bit on short notice because of the because I was initially thought I was going to chase, then I didn't chase, then Nate couldn't stream, so here I am. Thankfully, I woke up in time. So glad everyone stopped by. Appreciate y'all tuning in. And this might be the only severe event for a while, so I don't know the next time you'll see Nate. Especially if this happens. That's really cool. And then winter storm season. Yay! Excitement. Can you hear it in my voice? Hoof, Maron. I was in North Carolina looking tomorrow. Y'all got a marginal risk, and I'm not very concerned about much of anything occurring on account of because it's early in the day and there's no real storm mode to be had. So, could you get a brief tornado or two? Yeah. Some maybe weaker damaging winds as well. Strong winds in excess of 50 miles an hour, 55 miles an hour. But other than that, I don't foresee too many concerns. When is that supposed to happen? When is what's supposed to happen? The winter storm? That'd be a while from now. Not even Buffalo gets snowed on. There's an event that's happening Monday. It's gonna be that treks up into eastern Canada. Lots of snow to come with that. This is as a direct result of this storm. The expectation is that once you get actually out in front, once the storming system gets out in front of itself, it's going to be aided by Gulf flow, and then from there, the front down here, aided by this upper cyclone up here, should turn the corner as it gets closer to the coastline. Nor'easter, your rain snow line will be roughly about here. Snow on this side, rain on this side. It's all going to be a great time. Welcome to December in the Northeast. Some things just don't change. When did the tornado hit Henderson? About 2 hours ago. Truthfully, not very great at keeping up with time, so it could have been a little bit earlier than that. Just definitely a little bit earlier than that. That's not what I wanted to do. Hendersonville, 2244. 2244, 444, an hour and a half ago. An hour and a half ago. Good to see you, Liam. Oh boy. My voice is struggling a little bit. Alright, this is going to expire. This is going to expire. The only real concern I have at this point about any tornadic potential is whether or not this thing gets warned, although it's about to merge. And it looked better a little while ago. Regardless, that is not particularly imminent of producing. But I may just leave that thing to the side. Wow. Appreciate the support. This was not my greatest stream by any means. For a few reasons. One, I look like I just came off the street. Two, I haven't spoken like this in 3 months, 4 months, 5. I don't know. When was the last time I did something like this? Because Nate's been doing them a lot by himself because I've been so caught up with everything. Anything that he's been doing, it's basically been him by himself. And of course, now when something happens, it's just me because he's got something to tend to. So, yeah. Fatalities have been confirmed. That's not shocking. And we're going to get more information with time. That is a B-word, although it's fairly weak and it's fairly elevated up. And it's about to intersect with the line. Yeah, I'm not. So we're going to tune out here just a little bit. So, not my greatest stream by any means, but I appreciate the support. Hopefully I have more reasons to keep doing this because this is something I enjoy doing, and it's just something that kind of need the time to come up for it. It's not something you can really practice for. But we're doing all right. So I'm gonna head out here in 6:30, and I'm gonna go probably food myself, and then work on studying because finals. Great life. Interesting day. I'm gonna be really interested to see how they end up rating the things. It's curious to me. I have a feeling I know how Hendersonville will end up being rated, but I wonder how they'll do Clarksville because it seemed like there were a lot of well-built structures up there that just gone. So that I'm more intrigued to find out about more than anything else. Oh. One thing I'm glad about is it wasn't one of those midnight events. That's very fortunate, yeah, because then you just can't see anything at all. At least people had visibility on these. So, yeah, this thing will probably keep churning for a little bit, although it is about to merge. And it's got updraft right over the area, so this is in no imminent threat of producing a tornado. Not currently, at least. The updraft needs to tilt away from the rotation.
Tornado warning
I
for
said
Northeastern County in northwestern Alabama.
That it needed to tilt away from the rotation. I'll give it 5 more minutes. That's something that would happen to Nate. I can't. is doing that, but it's fine. Anyway, as I was saying, I don't know how much y'all heard, but I'll just repeat the whole thing again. If you're in Killen, if you're in Lexington, or you're in Anderson, along United States Route 72 to the north of it, along United States Route 43 to the east of it, and along Alabama Route 207 to the west of it, in Killen, Lexington, or Anderson, you need to get into your safe spaces, underground or lowest innermost part for building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put main walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation that I actually don't think is particularly tornadic yet because the updraft is on top of it, but anyway, as possible. Great event. I think I'm really going to be interested to see specifically how they rate Clarksville, and that's what's most intriguing to me right now. How Louisiana looking like? Let's find out. You know, that is stuttering. Stuttering, whatever. What are you? Linear. Holy outflow boundary. Upscale growth. Let's go. A lot of showers and thunderstorms across eastern Louisiana, north of Alexandria. Those are going to be capable of producing damaging winds and large hail. No real attended tornado threat. You think Chattanooga is safe for the night? I think that I should check. I believe y'all are in the 5. So you'll have the chance to see an embedded tornado or two. It should be fairly brief. A lot of damaging winds are going to be moving through a few hours from now. I'd say towards 9-10 Central Time. Excuse me. So 10-11 Eastern Time. So if that's any particular concern, note that. But other than that, all right. I think I'm going to go be a human being. So, with that being said, I appreciate y'all tuning into this severe weather coverage live stream. And especially for the first time in a while that one of these has happened. It does mean a lot that y'all tuned in. We don't really have too much to come, but Wanamir Nate should be here for it whenever the next event does come around. So, that being said, if you guys did enjoy the live stream, please leave a like rating down below. It really does help to support the channel and helps it get out to different people the next time we go up. Hit the subscribe button if you guys are new around here and enjoyed this. Hit the notification bell if you guys want to be notified every time we go live or post a new forecast video of some kind. Or whenever Nate decides to, alive himself and just post a video, period. Because, who knows when who knows when that'll ever happen. Maybe his hockey players will stop getting in fights sooner or later, because that's a consistent theme over the last few weeks. But anyway, that's gonna do it for me. Keep the people of Clarksville, Tennessee, and the Nashville area as a whole in your thoughts. Hendersonville, Gallatin, keep those people in your thoughts as well. Very important that I hope that they can get the help they need. And if you guys can happen to support the Red Cross, who will, I'm sure, be down there helping them get through this, feel free to donate, I believe. I don't actually know the website for sure. Let me just cross-reference that. Yeah, it is www.redcross.org. If you guys can pitch in anything, I'm sure I will be doing that here in the evening hours. I'm sure anything and everything is appreciated for them. So that's going to do it for me. Thank you all so much for tuning in. And yeah, hockey is great. My name is Morgan J. Fold. Take care, and we will see you on the next one.